Times like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to a live, and it's Sunday today. Thought I would do one for Sebastian today. Did most everything I needed to do this weekend. So, anyways, hi Miranda, how are you? Hey Robin. You know that song, and the red Robin comes bobbing along. That's what I think of when I see the name Robin. Sharon Parker's in the house, and again, today's well, we're going to talk about a few things, but a lot of some of the discussion will be about Sebastian Rogers. Should Seth be airing Sebastian's laundry? Out there, I've seen some controversy over that. Thought we could discuss that, as well as there was the Vigil that was on Saturday as well. I'll play that in just a minute for Sebastian, and then and then we'll show, of course. Well, I'll show you a video in a minute for what I'm talking about. But positive vibes. Hey, thanks for let's see, becoming a member. Not sure if you were before or not, or if you just renewed it. Either way, appreciate. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Okay. Very welcome. Don't know why it never auto renewed. Okay. So you were, I thought so. Okay. Hey, Sharon. Yeah, I thought mine did too. Well, I know. I don't know. I forget how those things are set up, to be honest with you. Anyways, thank you guys for joining. Hi, Shelby. How are you? Hi, Half Pint. How's goes it? Hi, Pinky. Fake channel. Bye. Oh, it says Michael Jackson's fake picture. Eh? Here, let's just ban that user right away. Hi, Frank Meister. How are you? Okay. There's always those trolls. I tell you, they do give you a laugh at the end of the day. Okay. So anyways, you guys, like I said, welcome to the live. We're going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers. Obviously, this case is, for me, this is like one of those ones. The same thing happened with Abby and Libby's case for Delphi. It's like, so if I want to go to sleep really fast, all I have to do is think about what possibly could have occurred. And within minutes, I'm out like a light. Because the minute my brain starts thinking of the different scenarios, instantly, I tell you, I'm out to sleep within 2 to 3 minutes. Because it's like, thank you. I'm so sick of all this stuff from yesterday and today. Are you talking about like drama stuff that's going on, Robin? Anyways, so yeah, bottom line is, we know that it's very important to keep Sebastian's awareness out there about the case again. For this channel, for me personally, it has meant a lot to, it's one of those cases that literally gets underneath of your skin, because you just cannot understand what happened to this child. I know he's a teen, but he's still a child, like to say it that way. Um, and I just, I was watching Seth, listening to him on Pascal's show the other day. I really actually enjoyed that show, and I watched like 95% of it. I think towards the end there, when Seth got off, is when I was like too tired. But anyways, so if you guys don't know of the Pascal show, by the way, I didn't know that he was like an actor, and has been in like shows and stuff like that until he actually made a comment about it. So then I was like, let me just Google the Pascal show. I actually didn't know that. Anyways, yes, the drama. Honestly, um, I'm really not into the drama side of things myself. I see stuff that's going on, and it's too bad that this it's too bad that the search for Sebastian or any other case, gets to the point where it's like, you know, it's supposed to be like a cohesive thing, right? The purpose is to look for Sebastian and to bring awareness to the case, and then, like I said, the whole sometimes the drama stuff get into it, and people are I just was looking at JLR's Twitter, and it's kind of like, I think like the Bauer socks or whatever. Like, I think his name is Terry, because there's Chris and Terry. I think Terry is the guy, because Terry can be two ways. But anyways, I'm not sure if it's Chris or Terry's the female, but whichever one, like it's like GL has this picture where he's out of his vehicle, like what's your problem? Like, you following me or something? Um, I'm not actually sure of the context, but that's what it looks like. It's like he's out of his car, and I don't know. It's a circus. Well, I tried. You know what? Like I said, I try to keep up to date with the actual information of it, but knowing that there is stuff going around, of course. But of course, yeah, I didn't know that either. But the bottom line is that I know, again, that the most important thing here is the awareness of Sebastian, and talking about the case, trying to understand what possibly could have happened to him, the facts of the timeline, or other information that were given and stuff like that. I do try to stay away from the drama side of things, just because what good does it do, really? I mean, there's I don't care if it's Summer Wells, Delphi, there's I try to stay just away from that stuff, because it gets ridiculous, when the important thing here, of course, is Sebastian. But like I said, um some people will love the drama part and stuff like that, perhaps play on it, and I yeah, couldn't be asked. Like there was like, I don't know, like the Cajun Army, like they're slinging stuff, and YouTube creators slinging stuff, and then it just becomes, more about the drama than actually the case. Anyways, let me play this first, you guys. So this was the Vigil. It's a very short one, but you guys know that Robin Rogers had been in our chat like a few weeks back, and she was talking about Christopher Proudfoot, basically saying that, oh, hey, there, I had a feeling he was going to try to slip on there. I knew you couldn't resist me. Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I knew it. I was like, watch Adam pop on. I'm not like, I'm just gonna say. And we're cancers, right? We read each other, and I was like saying, a watch, he's gonna pop on. Sure. So, anyways, it's been a minute. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I miss you. Sorry.
Yeah. Are you feeling less foggier in the head? Are you feeling better? Were you coming down? Were you coming down with something, or were you just tired?
No, I did, honestly, I still don't think I was. I've been kind of like off for about 3 weeks ever since I got sick, so I think it's just been lingering. But I'm good. I'm here. I just get tired really easy, but maybe I'm just getting old.
Well, I'll tell you, that comes with getting old. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I feel like as you get older, you sleep less. You definitely sleep less, but you need more naps in there during the day.
Yeah.
type of thing. Because when my brain has too much going on, or too much thinking, I get tired. I instantly like if I go, oh, it's time to clean up the apartment today. Whew, I need a freaking nap just thinking about it. Everyone's
Right.
saying hello to you, buddy.
Hey,
Anyways,
everyone.
yeah, I
So
know.
sorry,
Like
I
I
didn't mean to interrupt. I know you were getting ready to play a
no,
video.
no. I'm glad you're here. I missed you too. Um, I know that, like I said on Friday, and then Charmaine, she just slid right in that spot, going, Adam who's Adam? So she might pop on. She said she was about an hour out,
Oh,
about 30. But it's one of those things. If I'm still on, or if we're still on, so be it.
no.
So so let me just play this. Let me
Yeah.
just play this, Adam. It's just a couple
Yeah,
of minutes.
really quickly. Sharon, yeah, I did. So I don't know if it's just still, recovering from
Oh,
that.
yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had that bad C word. Yes, he did on there. But okay. So, anyways, I get it. Maybe it's just residual leftover and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I was too busy forgetting about that part because I was too busy thinking about the part maybe that you were tired from Atlanta,
Right.
going there on Easter and I don't know, just worn
And that
out.
and that probably didn't help. I probably shouldn't have gone out of town a
Did
week
you
after.
enjoy it?
Yeah, it was fine.
Well, there
But
you go.
I've been tired ever since. So anyway,
Oh,
yeah, let's play the video.
yeah, let's do that and then we'll come back. So see you guys in just a moment here.
Tonight, the Hendersonville community came together once again to pray for the safe return of Sebastian Rogers. Welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Kimberly Hargett. Monday will mark 6 weeks since the 15-year-old went missing from Sumner County. News 2's Nikki McGee has more on those continuing to keep up hope, praying for Sebastian's safe return.
We are one, Lord God, and we believe and we decree and declare that Sebastian will come home safe and unharmed.
The search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continues. Nearly 6 weeks later, community members came together for a prayer vigil Saturday, offering messages of unwavering hope.
You guys are Sebastian's army. We will find him. We will find him alive. We will find him well.
Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, thanking all those who have given up their time to help search for his son. Sebastian's grandparents also speaking out, coming all the way from Texas for a second time to help locate their grandbaby.
He loved to talk about plants with me. He loved to talk about animals with me. He loved to go fishing. And he would say, Mimo, that's our favorite sport, right?
Sebastian's family also had a strong message for anyone looking to benefit from their search efforts.
You're going to be out here doing what needs to be done to bring our grandson home. We appreciate it. But if you're out there just making money, stay away.
But throughout the investigation, strangers have become allies. Since the beginning of the search, Mary Strom and her son Jaden took a special interest and organized Saturday's prayer vigil.
By the fourth day, I really started to get involved. I went out searching on the fourth and fifth day, and ever since then, I've just been pretty vigilant with helping however I can.
In addition to searching alongside Sebastian's father, the two also continue to provide flyers to the community to help raise awareness.
I have children of my own, and it's hard to not see their faces when you look at his. And I think it's hard for every mom and dad here.
Saturday, they ended Sebastian's prayer vigil with handwritten messages to Sebastian, ones they plan to share with him upon his return.
We can't let this case get cold. It cannot get cold, and we will find him. And the more vigils and the more news presence and media coverage that we get, the more his face keeps out there. And maybe somebody will see something and they'll say something, and we'll get Sebastian home.
Now, tonight's event was held at the Rudder Restaurant in Hendersonville. Strom and her son will leave flyers there for anyone who would like to help distribute them. And if you have any information on this case or Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI right away. It's held at the Rudder Restaurant.
And they'll say something, and we'll get Sebastian home.
We'll leave it right there. Okay. Cam, come back. Okay, so yeah, so it was supposed to be on Sunday, and then they had to switch it because I think that they were expecting rain on a Sunday, so they switched it to Saturday instead for the Vigil. One thing I do have to say, and this is where you can see where Seth takes after his mother. His mother, Robin, like I said, was very outspoken about Christopher Proudfoot when she came in. She reminds me like of my mom. My mom was a very vocal person, but very fair person, but very vocal when she needed to be, and that rubbed off on us children. My grandma was the same way. We just kind of like call a spade, call it as we see it. We'll interject if we think something goes wrong and stuff like that. So I loved it when she was just like, if trying to make cash off this, just go away. Because, right, I mean, but the thing is that for ourselves, I mean, we're not here, to be honest, to care about what other people are doing, because you cannot stop them. We are in control of our own thoughts and our own actions. And so that's where we'll keep it. And so, I just believe in what you put out to the world, and, what you give, or what you give out, bad vibes or good vibes or whatever, that it comes around, goes around. So that's all I can really say about that stuff. We'll just do, like I said, us over here. Those others can do them, and let the universe, do their justice for them. Okay. So, anyways, are you kind of caught up with the case at all? Like, or, yeah.
I mean, other than probably some of the nuances of just like some of the drama that may be going on, I haven't been paying attention to all of that.
Yeah, that was awesome too. Well, exactly. And I really haven't either. Like, meaning, I know, like, I haven't been paying attention overly to it, but I mean, obviously you're going to come across certain things,
Right.
but I would say maybe 25%, if like that, I've kind of come across it, but not because I was looking to. It's just because, you're kind of looking, like, for instance, Seth, he talks on a lot of YouTubers. He was actually in here the other night. Did you need me, husband? Okay. He was actually in here like the other night on a live towards the end. Now, I noticed that so I went to to check it to make sure it was him. And I know that he does have a small little YouTube channel that, is from before and stuff like that. So I just wanted to, because how trolls are, right? Well, let me just, like, people do the damnedest things sometimes. But anyways, he was doing the Pascal show, obviously prior to that, because I had watched the Pascal shows. So, and he said he was like taking some meds, his arms sore, and but I really found, you probably didn't watch this one. It was a good couple hours long. Did you watch it at all by chance? The Pascal?
No, the other night I did not know.
Yeah, actually, let me just quickly. So if anyone doesn't know, let me just quickly find it right here. Okay. So this is the Pascal show. And, Seth has gone on T Reb's channel, Trev Times. He's been on multiple things, Court TV, Nancy Grace, and the Pascal show quite a few times. I did not know, like I said, Pascal was actually like an actor, because he made a comment that says, well, I mean, I play a detective on TV, but, so it prompted me to go, oh, okay. Because I always thought that, he had that kind of, like I'll say talk show type voice, in a sense, like the YouTube talk show.
I like Pascal.
Yeah. And so I like watching his channel for that, like that reason, because there's some channels that I've watched where it's like sometimes the females, mostly it's been the females that are either talking very low or they're mumbling as they're reading questions, and you can't really hear them and stuff like that. Pascal's just right there asking the questions, and the questions that he asks are good questions. But the one question I would like to have answered is, was Sebastian able to access the internet at school? Now, Seth had answered that, but I honestly felt that he was just like, he kind of made the comment like, well, he's not allowed access to the internet, as if he was, the way it came across was like he was referring because Christopher Proudfoot and, that don't allow him access. So that's the way it came across, but I didn't feel like it was like like that firm answer of yes. So I'd like to know if he truly didn't have access. And I'm sure that the LE has, like, meaning he was
Right.
able to have access to FaceTime as well, because obviously he FaceTimes Faith, which is the daughter of Christopher Proudfoot. So he's obviously able to have access to FaceTime. So
Limited,
you know, hey,
like some sort. He clearly has some sort of limited ability. You know.
limited ability, but I think there's more ability there. Like his at Seth's house, you can tell Seth is more lenient than, of course, being in the home. Um, have you kind of heard about the whole story that Seth has put out there?
What story is that?
Well, just meaning everything to do with what happened to Sebastian, and that 3 times under Katie's watch now something has happened, and that Christopher Proudfoot was basically, so they got into sort of like a argument, or more of a heated discussion, let's call it. And then basically Seth is saying that Christopher Proudfoot is saying, well, you know, like if I air out the truth, no one's going to want to be looking for Sebastian. And basically saying that almost like Sebastian is like this predator, this monster, even though he was a victim of what happened, say, back in California, with this 13-year-old, back
Yeah,
in.
I did not hear that actually.
Oh, okay. And you guys, welcome to the live. You guys, please hit the like and the share, for the sake, of course, of putting Sebastian's awareness out there. That's what we want from this. Simple as that. Okay. When it hits algorithm, obviously it creates, you know, a vast amount of people to see it more so. So that's the whole purpose of likes and shares, obviously. So if you guys could do that, that would be great. So you guys, welcome to the live. Kim French says, brothers underwater recovery from Illinois are in Tennessee today and searching. I think I was watching that. Was that on CJ's channel, CJ Crime Concepts podcast, CJ Evil? Because I remember watching a little bit today, catching that. I think Seth has allowed social media to influence his thoughts. In the beginning, he wasn't so hostile towards the Proudfoots. Well, to be honest, I was going to say, I mean, only Seth truly knows, but you can tell, Adam, that he's become a lot more vocal. And maybe it was after that discussion, because it was only not too long ago that, you know, Seth was trying to, you know, say things in a, you know, more of a politically correct way, in a sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think too. I mean, just time alone is going to cause any cracks that were already there to widen and to really come to the surface. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing a little bit more of the underbelly of the relationship between Seth and the Proudfoots kind of coming out now. I mean, it's been 42 days, I believe.
Yeah, because it was
so. I mean 42 days is a long time, regardless. But you put it under that level of a high stress situation. You know, I'm not surprised at all that they haven't started kind of going back and forth.
Yeah, you know what, and right, and this, you know, this is bound to happen, because again, everything's always, you know, you're trying to be civil to each other and this and that, but when something like this happens, that's when the can of worms is typically going to open up. And it started really with the whole GoFundMe thing. It seems like, you know, that Seth's sister made a GoFundMe, and Christopher Proudfoot and that seemed pissed off, because they were supposed to supposedly always talk to each other when something, like, the pact was that they were going to talk to each other before they did something. Well, that seemed to break very fast, in a sense. And then next thing you know, like, they're just each, you know what I mean? That's what created, I think, the whole, like, animosity, is what it seems like, just from us viewing the different stuff. And then Christopher Proudfoot was like talking about that on, I think, Smiley's channel, and, you know, basically saying like he was pissed off about it. And you know, and then after that, you know, like Katie and well, Seth never really talked to Katie. It was always more to Christopher Proudfoot. But, you know, then it became where on interviews, Seth would be saying, well, they're not talking to me. So it seemed like that happened right after that. And of course, again, we're talking about a child. Seth is saying underneath her watch 3 times, but we're not just talking about small incidents. We're talking about bigger incidents. Like so if my child lived at my home, in a sense, type of thing, like, these are huge, more like huge incidents, not just small incidents. There seems to be some more backstory to Katie, behind her issues or whatever. Christopher Proudfoot, again, he's just coming off like he's very, there's a difference. Seth is vocal and passionate, and he comes off like, look, I'm out here doing boots on the ground because this is my son. This is my job, type of thing. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Christopher Proudfoot obviously is the dad. Him and Katie, are up in Yogi Bear there, type of thing now. And I'll show you that video in a second. But anyways, he comes off as narcissistic, arrogant, full of himself. He comes off with a very more abrasive, like there's a difference between being vocal and abrasive, and vocal and, caring. And Seth, everything, like no one's perfect. We know this. Okay. We already know this. Nobody's perfect. But you can tell when he speaks, he wants to tear up all the time. This is his child. This is his only child, as someone's supposed to come live with him. And you can hear the passion straight from his heart when he talks. What do I don't know. How do you deem Christopher Proudfoot as?
I agree with you. And I feel like, the public has rallied behind Seth, and, conversely, a lot of people have kind of villainized Christopher and Katie, and that alone can help broaden a divide if it was already there. Because you can even see in the media appearances that the Proudfoots have done. I think Christopher Proudfoot probably got a rude awakening after that first media appearance he did, because I think the public immediately gained a perception of him to be a certain way, and they've held on to it. And that second interview they did, and then by the third interview they wouldn't even show their faces.
Right.
And now they've been much more selective as far as who they'll speak to and under what terms. Whereas Seth has just kind of been a bleeding heart out for the public to kind of see his every emotion, and the public has latched onto that and taken it as sincere. Where whether or not the Proudfoots are innocent and sincere, people have suspicions of them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, they have done themselves no favors from the get-go. And Christopher really is the one that set the motion for that one, just because of how he came across. And Katie tries to come off like she's meek, and
she's not.
But she's not. She's definitely not. And that came out more so, like I said, as time kind of went on a little bit more, because at first it was like
day one.
Hey,
I've said that since day one. There
was something like, okay, for me, I didn't know what it was, but there was something that I felt with Katie, that there was more to her than what meets the eye, is the best I can say for that. And then that kind of came out, and I was like, okay, yeah. So it's kind of like you just kind of go with your gut. It's like you're watching somebody, and I'm constantly looking at her, and I'm looking at her facials, I'm looking at her eyes, and I'm seeing the sincerity of her eyes and the crying and stuff like that. But there was something that, when there's that one piece that's missing, but you're not quite sure what it is about her, but there was something there. And I just feel like I said, it kind of came out, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, she's not like that meek thing that she was. I don't want to say meek, because for anyone missing their child and how they act and do different things, but there was just something there that said that she's not this passive-y type personality. But with Chris was just a full-blown, you could read his personality, like, to me right away. And we all know that cancers are really great for cancer. We're cancers, by the way. Cancer people. We're very much in tune with family and intuitive. I think cancer is the strongest sign for, like, in the zodiac sign, cancers actually have the strongest intuition. Sorry, anyone else that's listening to this, not to say that other signs aren't intuitive, but I remember reading that cancers are the strongest intuitives. And the thing is that regardless, you guys know who you are as people. You know if your intuition hits on, or some people,
Right.
might. There's some people that totally suck at intuition. They couldn't, read anybody if their life depended on it. But everyone has their different whatever traits and stuff like that they know they're good at. Mine was always reading people. Without trying to do it, I just did it. Like, I didn't know from when I was a child that I did it. I knew that I was observing people, and I would listen to see if they were truthful to me or not and stuff like that. And then as you grow up, it's like, oh, all these little things have names to them. All these little disorders have names to them as well. Shit that I didn't know before. I didn't know that there was all these.
I'm the same way.
And
I think sometimes it comes off as judgmental, and I don't mean for it to. But
that's what, right? Some people will say to me, you judge people too fast, and I'm like, yeah, I know, because I already know within a few minutes if I like you or not. So if I instantly deem that you are a snake in the grass, I don't have the time of day for you. So I'll dismiss you. But I'll admit that, you kind of get, like, I admit that I could be a little bit more, I don't want to use the word softer, but maybe less judgmental so fast, because I am very judgmental very quickly. It's kind of like, I don't got time for that bullshit. Get to the point. What do you want? I know you're just going to ask me for money. So how much, type of thing. I used to always do that, because people come and go, hey, how are you? Oh, you're at my doorstep. I wonder why, oh, I already know, but just okay. And then after a point, I'm just going, so how much do you want to borrow? Because I just like to get to the point. And I always told my son that, don't dance around. When you want something, whatever, just ask me. I literally hate it when people dance around. Just ask.
I try really hard to balance that and keep an open mind but it can be difficult, because I do typically make a judgment in my head pretty quickly. But I try to maintain a little sense of objectivity, and I try to be open to like the Proudfoots.
Right.
I've had my suspicions, but at the same time, if they've done nothing wrong, my heart breaks for them even more, because not only are they going through this loss, but now they've also have to endure all of the suspicion they've received. So, I do try to keep an open mind with everything.
And for me personally, I'm not putting any blame on the disappearance of Sebastian, on the Proudfoots, meaning I'm not taking sides on, like that one is just, I'm leaving to that at some point in time, we're going to know some answers. But the judgmental on the Proudfoots, like, some people will go, oh, the Proudfoots had everything to do with it. Katie didn't take him home after the Texas Roadhouse, whatever somebody's thoughts are, absolutely fine, right? We're all entitled to our opinions and stuff like that. But it's one of those things to me, is that the Christopher Proudfoot himself has both of them now more so, but especially Christopher Proudfoot, from the public opinion, he is a very non-likable personality. And so the more he opens his mouth, and the more, because he's lying as well. So look what's in front of you, right?
Right.
So,
and Robin, that's a perfect example, I think.
Which one? Just highlight it there.
Like Patsy Ramsey.
Oh, Ramsey.
I mean, someone that, for decades has been, people still think that, that John or Patsy had something to do with John Bonet's murder. And there's never been any fact or, anything proven of that. So, but people immediately judged their actions, and they might not have been great. They might not have been the most likable people, but it doesn't mean they killed their daughter.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm going to show you something in a second. Again, like I said, the Proudfoots, even including Katie in this one, right? Like I said, okay, so let's talk about Christopher for a sec. He comes off and he says, not only on a YouTube channel, but on in a Facebook group that yes, so have you both taken the polygraph test? If so, what were the results? Yes, and the results are passed. Okay. Then on a YouTube channel, he tries to make it sound, well, I didn't say who passed the test. I just, did it. Shut that front door, Chris. Okay. And then Christopher Proudfoot. So Green PI, Green-Eyed PI sent me this, right? She had sent Chris a message. Hi, Chris, sorry for all this mess. Basically, please take a polygraph voluntarily to put it to rest. Katie took one, so you should do so. So if that is, so what if that ask hard questions? So what if they ask hard questions? Just tell the truth. You got this. Shut these people up. And he says, thank you for your concern. Yes, I have one scheduled. You all know that that's the biggest crock of shit possible, right?
I mean, we heard
Right?
Nancy Grace. I know we heard Nancy Grace say that they've set it up.
They set it up.
And
Yep.
Set
it up. He didn't do it. He not only did he say that, Adam, but he also said that he couldn't go on her show because he was told not to as well. Shut up,
Right.
Chris. I mean, it's like a dog wagging. It's
Right.
it's like when a dog goes, "Oh, you talking to me, Nancy?" But on podcast, he has no problem. Blah 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 blah. But on Nancy Grace, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Katie. You talking to me about the abuse? And then he lies about that. Like I said, it's you could.
And
You could
I'm not saying that I'm not saying this about any of the podcasts he goes on, but I guarantee you that it's a lot of people are going to agree to whatever conditions they put in place in order to get them on their podcast. Whereas
Yeah.
I think someone like Nancy Grace is not going to agree to certain. I think I don't think Nancy Grace gives people her questions ahead of time, whereas
No.
some podcasts do. Some podcasts will give you all the questions they're going to ask you before you even go on. So you're muted, Sonny.
No, just talking to my husband for a
Oh.
sec. 1 sec.
But yeah, I mean, and again, I'm not saying any of the podcasts they've gone on have agreed to that, but I mean, I know it happens. So of course, people want them on their podcast. I would talk to them, but I don't think I would agree to only ask them certain questions.
Just quickly, CJK, I'm not sure if Robin has or not. Nothing that I've noticed since she popped in the first time, but it's kind of like when Seth Rogers had popped in the other day as well, so maybe it was his first time, like there's a lot of other channels that, like have 4K people watching them, like, like Trevor, T-Rev and stuff like that. I just, what, like I said, whether they're watching or not, I don't know. Does it make a difference hiding their hair? Not really. If Seth Rogers or Robin wanted to come and chat and speak or come up on the podcast, then I'd love to have them on, definitely. But I'm not one of those pressure type of people. Like he was offered to come on and email and stuff like that. So there are.
I'd like to talk to Kate. I would personally like to talk to Katie. Like,
Yeah. Okay, Katie, come on up.
I would love to talk to Katie, like one-on-one.
Yeah.
Or without Chris there.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you quickly. Then you say that. What would you like to ask Katie? What is a burning question that you would like to, or
more than the actual questions? I would like to see her demeanor without Chris there.
Oh yes. Okay.
I would like to see how controlled and how she maintains her demeanor throughout that. And I'm not saying she wouldn't be able to. I feel like everyone's demeanor is going to be a little different when they're in a situation unlike they're used to.
Yeah.
And clearly when Chris is there, even if they're in separate places when they've been interviewed, Chris is kind of there. Like Sunny and I, like it's a lot easier for Sunny to talk when no one's talking than it is for me. I'm like, oh, I don't have anything to say. Sunny can talk. And I think like Christopher Proudfoot can do the same. Without that other person to go off of, I wonder how Katie would be.
So wait, you guys, just what's on screen, by the way. I'm sorry, Adam. Thank you.
And Jackie, that's a good question. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm saying Jackie said, Katie, can you show me the clothes Sebastian was wearing as seen on the Texas Roadhouse CCTV? And I saw JLR had posted that yesterday on Twitter that someone had made that comment, and it's a great comment because because he wasn't wearing black
He was
track
wearing
pants
jeans, right?
and black. So can she produce the clothes that he was wearing that day?
Yeah, I think she said he was wearing. I want to say I remember the jeans. I can't remember if she said white shirt and jeans. She definitely said jeans. I remember that because she actually did say what he was wearing, and then he had changed into like it's almost like that was his sleeping gear. What he was wearing.
But if she can produce those clothes, I think it helps narrow down the actual timeline when he probably went missing.
I believe that Seth said, and don't quote me on this for sure because I didn't actually hear this out of Seth's mouth myself, and he might have said it somewhere. But I can't keep track of Seth. He's all over the place. But I think he said that he saw the case. So it was said that that he took out the garbage, and a neighbor has said that that Sebastian was taking out the garbage. I think it was almost like right when they got back home because like that was his chore. But someone had said, I recall saying that Seth had saw that video, but it was very grainy. So you really just like you couldn't make out for sure that it was Sebastian, I believe, on there. So Adam, do you think that he made it back home after the Texas Roadhouse?
I have no idea.
Okay. Go ahead.
I've always found it odd that if he left on his own, that he somehow avoided a scent or being captured on camera anywhere. To me, that makes me think he left that house in a vehicle. Whose I don't know, but or he never got back there. I don't know.
Well, like I said, there's so many things that are going through our mind. And by the way, the video that I'm showing, so the one, okay, what do you think about this, you guys? Okay, and actually, let me go to the poll as well. Let me just tell you the poll results so far. Let's see. So, and the question was, should Seth be airing Sebastian's laundry? 39 said yes, I would do the same. Definitely not. 27%. Undecided 22. 11% said less is more sometimes. Okay, so now the video that I'm showing you guys in front is okay. So on the right hand side is the one recently that JLR put up. The one on the left is the one that JLR put up when they left. See the sticker that's missing that I noticed right away? That sticker, the decal of Sebastian on Katie's car, that's no longer there. Okay, so I'm sorry. The Proudfoots are really pissing me off here because why? I'll tell you why they took it off. You know why?
Because they don't want the attention.
Because they don't want the attention. Why not? Why not? I mean, they're looking for Sebastian, but they don't want the attention because the attention isn't good for them. So they're taking the decal off so that people don't realize that is Katie and Chris because of the public opinion against them. But yet why should they care? Like Chris Proudfoot has many times, let me make it clear. Okay? That so-called bullshit thing that Katie posted, it was her and Chris sitting there writing it together. Only Chris says, let me make it clear, on that post about GLR read about, well, it was Katie's response to what Seth Rogers had said about Katie and Sebastian and underneath the watch and blah, 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 blah. But anyways, let me make it clear, Chris, in the public of opinion here, the Proudfoots literally suck ass. for showing that they're out there doing boots on the ground. All they're like, it is like, honestly, to the I don't give a shit what anyone says. They have made it very clear that, well, they're up in the camper, and Katie's like, well, Sebastian just could be anywhere, and that's why I'm 3 hours away. Just shut up, Katie. Okay. You're up there because you didn't want to stay at home by yourself. And Christopher Proudfoot, of course, wants to go back to work, even though in Nancy Grace's thing, he said he wasn't, or hold on a podcast that he almost got fired, but that was resolved basically. Then he says to Nancy Grace that, like he was working at St. Jude's, and he says that he's uncertain at this time if he's got work. Then she says, well, why did you go? And then he says, for work, like back up where he was working. And it's just like, dude, do you even know what the truth is, Pinocchio? But anyways, all I'm saying for me personally, they are not doing themselves any favors from the get-go of this case to now. You keep seeing them sitting in restaurants, which, okay, they got to eat. Go ahead. Are you going to be back in a second? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just 1 second.
Okay. So, each to our own opinions, eh? But honestly, for me as a mother, I'm honestly feel like I'm disgusted watching how Katie and Christopher are handling the disappearance of Sebastian. You got Seth there, who's working his ass off, doing searches and stuff like that. The Proudfoots are nowhere to be found in any of that, nor any of his family members, meaning the Proudfoots. So you have Seth Rogers over here, and then they wonder, like, you can just see it now that Katie and Chris are like, yeah, look at Seth. He's just like, the ark of all angels out there to everybody, and we're the pieces of shit. Well, yeah, pretty much, to be honest with you. Sorry, but that's my personal opinion. I've for not saying that they had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, but for the public opinion part, absolutely. They have done nothing to make themselves look like that they're, boots on the ground out there searching for Sebastian. Here's a flyer. Here, we're just doing our part. Here's a flyer. I don't know. Just bugs me to no end. They said she dyed her hair too. But anyway, so what do you think of that? At the end of the day, like, on your personal opinion, I get, Kate, we know why that they would have taken that decal off. But what do you think about it, Adam? Like,
Well,
we're talking about a missing child here, not their egos.
Yeah, no, my mind went. I'm in complete agreement with you. I get the selfish act of not wanting that attention being brought on you when people are driving around filming you, but if my child's missing,
do I care?
Would put that before anything else, and I really wouldn't give a damn.
No, and
and I definitely,
Go ahead.
if they felt like they needed to leave the house for whatever reason, I would make damn well sure that someone was in that house just in case Sebastian came home.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry, but none of it looks good. There's this rumor
Right.
that
Robin, no, I will agree. Robin, I agree. People doing things like going and putting an air tag on their trailer, that's too far.
right. Right, absolutely. Now the sad thing is that you're not going to stop those idiots out there that do shit like that. So is like really depends on the personality. So I can understand if there's fear. I can, like, don't get me wrong. I can totally understand if Katie and Chris are kind of in fear because we've been in true crime long enough to know that there's those wacko jackos out there that people that do make threats, like look at, do you remember when JLR was in Idaho and that psycho in his truck with the freaking American flags was all up in his face and telling him that, that basically to get out of here before, basically almost like he makes a minced patty out of him type of thing. And JLR, just, does the right thing, just really ignores him, calls the police, and please come deal with him. And then that guy was arrested.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, this is I had a squirrel moment, but did you, so I've not followed a ton of JLR's coverage over the past couple of days. But I saw he put out a video earlier today talking about the morning of was it the 26th that Sebastian went missing?
Yeah.
That there was a dark gray truck seen at a Speedway gas station with a boy matching Sebastian's.
I know what you're talking about. I watched it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I remember hearing a little bit about that, but then he was like, "Oh, new valuable tip." So was that just kind of a possibility, or what was JL? What was he talking about? Really?
So basically, someone had emailed him, and basically had said that, look, they sent this information into the police, but they didn't hear a response back. And I think that's where people, the issue lies, is just because you email in a tip does not mean you're going to get a response back.
Well, I think they did get it. I think he said they did. They basically acknowledged that they got the tip. That's all that happened.
Okay. I don't recall that part of it, but if they did, he said that they didn't acknowledge it. So regardless, that's so neither here nor there really. The whole gist of it was, is that this person 3 hours away, was at a gas station, pump number 8. There was this dark truck, and that was at 5:47 in the morning. And there was this person in the passenger seat that looked like Sebastian. So not that this person could swear on it, but so JLR had said, well, if we went back kind of like a couple of hours, so must have been about 2 hours and something, because then that would put it at about the 3 o'clock. Now there was this so-called sighting of a vehicle at 3 o'clock, supposedly, in the morning, but I don't know why, though, JLR was talking about the flashlight video, knowing full well that that's not a flashlight video. So I don't meaning he knows
that's still going around. Someone just asked me about that earlier today.
Well,
and they were like, well, Sebastian was seen on camera with the 2 flashlights, and I was like, no, he wasn't.
Yeah.
But some people are still, because there's been so many things that have gone on in this case already that, I think some people, they're not up to date with what's real and what is confirmed or not confirmed.
Yeah. And that's it. Because I saw someone say that Sebastian didn't have glasses with him. At what point was that ever said? It's been said by Seth and the Proudfoots that Sebastian had glasses with him and the keychain flashlight. So it's just this misinformation. And the video, again, if people want to still believe that flashlight video is flashlights, go right ahead. But I think it's pretty abundantly clear that if the LE said that there's no evidentiary to any of the videos, including that one, and if Christopher Proudfoot and Seth said that they saw the video and it was not flashlights, that it was, Seth said it was a garbage truck, and then they even went as far so that he would feel like he was secure that it wasn't flashlights. They showed him the daytime of where those lights would be, falls in line exactly when the garbage truck comes. And they said that Seth said that the clock was 2 hours off or whatever. Anyways, bottom line is, if 3 people from all people that would be in the know of if that was flashlights are telling you it's not, go shake your head and bang it against a wall if you still want to believe that they're flashlights.
Right.
Don't literally do that. Pretend to.
Yeah. I just, as soon as I heard Seth and Christopher, because even if you were to think Christopher would have motivation for lying about that, Seth would not, or vice versa, whatever. But so I dismissed that as soon as I heard both of them say that it was a garbage truck. But this whole thing with the truck thing, it could be nothing. But it was interesting to me.
Right. It could be nothing. It could be something. We
I mean,
don't.
I know for me, like I haven't been on the last couple of days, but when I saw that picture of Sebastian without his glasses on,
The Christmas picture.
looks like a totally different kid.
So he looks more mature in that picture, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks more mature. Yeah, that was the one that came out with the Christmas beside it.
That
And
looks more like a 15-year-old.
that looks more like, yeah, because in his other pictures, I mean, I would say he was more like 13, 12, 13.
Yeah.
If I was to have kind of guessed. So yeah, so that picture. But the thing is that because he is with his glasses, hence why I want to put out pictures with the glasses, because that's what he wears typically is his glasses, as you can see by 90% of the pictures that are out there. I like to use there's a couple that I like to use. But I would say the second one to that where he looks older is when he's kind of not the one with the dogs, but he's just kind of sitting in this passenger seat and he's kind of just looking off to the side a bit. That one as well kind of gives him a little bit older look than the other ones. But absolutely agree. Let's see. Let me just go to chat here for a sec. So someone is going out to watch the next bin garbage truck and film it to see if the lights are like those shown in the video. Well, all the power to them, you know. All the power to them. Let's see. Now, of course, they would have to have the exact angle, everything else, and they would have to be standing in front of 1001 on Stratford Street and be standing facing, because that his camera is totally facing the side of the house. It's not facing like that open ground common area. It's literally facing his like boat and his trucks and stuff like that. So it's facing that part of Stratford on there. I remember someone said something like, and JLR said a neighbor said, like they were away for Easter time, so they didn't know if the Proudfoots heard there's this rumor that they were gonna like sell the home or something like that, and moved away, and the neighbor said, well, it'd be better for the neighborhood if they did. And that's because a lot of stuff, right? Because obviously there's that house that's right behind them, which didn't have the freaking flashlight video that people kept saying. Like their home was up for sale a few days after, and when I was looking, and I was like, oh, they probably want to get the heck out of Dodge. I mean, because, okay, let's go back to the topic here. I'll read a couple more comments and then we'll go back to the topic of what kind of this is. So none of them listened to Seth, and then calling the cops on Seth's friend yesterday was ridiculous. Oh, and to be honest with you, Robin, I'm not actually sure what that was about. If you could maybe let me know in chat. I truly have no idea really what happened, but I never believed that Seth would ever. No, I don't think
Right.
so.
Agree, Kathy. Good to see you, Kathy.
It looks like a filter. What looks like a filter?
Oh, I think the picture without the glasses.
I don't think so myself. Someone searching by Drake Creek by the Texas Roadhouse is where it came from. I'm not sure what CJK is talking about there. I'd like to know how the rumor started about the keychain flashlight. Oh, I see. There's a rumor about that. Well, I haven't heard that myself yet. So I'll keep it in the side pile. Like, it's not like those keychains aren't a dime a dozen. Just like glasses, finding glasses are a dime a dozen. All people have to do is put them on their head, tip their head over in water, and gone, typically. There was this news channel that was reporting after the fact, and meaning after the fact, about the glasses already coming out to say that they weren't Sebastian's. And they were saying, and new clues in the case that, they still have not determined if those are Sebastian's. And I'm like, people, like, do you even listen to yourself? like that was days ago that Ellie had already said that. But it wasn't like their clip was old. It was a new clip. And I'm like this channel, whatever it was a few days behind, obviously. Didn't know their shit. Reporting on a case, but didn't know their shit. Did someone put their house up for sale? I don't know. It's another rumor, perhaps. I don't know. Seth said he wanted both kinds of pictures out there. Well, any pictures are good pictures of Sebastian, because obviously, if he doesn't have his glasses on or does, yeah, good to have them both for sure. So again, Adam, going back to that one that you were saying, yeah, that was just a tip. Whether, I'm sure that I would like to think that the alley are, would take that seriously and at least check it out. No harm in getting video footage, right? Or, just seeing.
Well, I think someone in the chat said that that JLR said when they went back that the gas station said the footage had been collected.
Good. Okay. I didn't hear that part. I mean, he's put out a few videos, but
yeah, I was saying, like he put one out like 3 hours ago, I guess maybe.
Oh, he's put out a few today. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, JLR. He puts out one every couple hours typically.
Right.
The only ones that I wasn't really interested in too much was that he was doing the different ways to get to the Texas Roadhouse. He did like part 1, 2, and 3.
9 minutes or whatever.
Yeah. To show the different ways, but I didn't have time to watch all those. I watched a few minutes of the one, and stuff like that. But yeah,
someone had mentioned the brothers underwater recovery, and I just saw a thing pop up that they were doing on the Cumberland River, doing a search. So
on the Cumberland River, yeah. which is yeah,
it's the same river that Riley was found in.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, it's only like 20 minutes away, right? Yeah. Hey, by the way, quickly, I'm just going to put myself off camera for a second. What do you think? Just quickly, just to change the topic for 1 minute. What do you think about that with the whole Riley pants and all that came off stuff? What's your thoughts? Just to ask you.
Honestly, I've heard numerous people now say that that they think it's conceivable that his pants would come off and shoes, especially if he had had unbuttoned his pants to urinate or something. I personally I still don't see any foul play there. I mean, it's tragic and horrible, but I've not seen any signs that anything nefarious happened, and I think 2 autopsies have now agreed with that.
That's correct. Yeah. So I'm on the same thinking as you for that. In my heart of hearts, I'd feel, honey, do you need me?
No.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
of course he needs. Of course he needs you.
Yeah.
Of course. Orange juice. I love anything that has ice cubes in it. I love having like ice cubes in my drink. I'll even put it in milk. I love ice cubes in milk too. I like that coldness. But yeah, so for me, I'd feel like I was like, just personally, if I feel like there's no that is accidental for myself, I'd feel like I'd be writing it for the sake of writing a case. So it's not to say that other people can't still talk about that on their other creators' channels or talk about it, but just internally for me, I can never do nothing that I'm not truthful to myself for. So if I feel like it's accidental, I don't mind having a topic talking about it, but I'm not
or doing a tribute, or doing a tribute live to them or something like that. But
yeah, exactly.
And Jen, I get it. His boxers were on, and I am no expert towards any of that, so I don't know. I'm just going off of what I've seen, and
yeah, maybe he was taking a pee for pee. Maybe he was went down there to go get his car, took a pee. Drunk as a skunk, fell in. Who knows? I don't know. I'm personally not just believing that there's anything more to it myself. So, did you see my comment, Sunny, about Seth's friend? The one that I said above? Let me go take a look, Robin. I think that was when I said above, right? Is that the one where you said somebody called in?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me just I'll take a quick look. Wait. They said GLR. Wait. They said GLR called the cops because Chris's friend pulled a gun. Oh, is this that Jaden person? I seen something about that on JLR's because I was just scrolling down his Twitter,
Wow.
and as I was coming across stuff, it's one time it's good there was video. It was on the JT Olsen at the JT Olsen round. So I had seen that as I was scrolling down JLR's thing. I looked at it and it just had something about this person named Jaden pulled out a gun or something like that, because it was like something about like, what does this rally have anything to do with helping Sebastian or something like that? Crazy motherfuckers in the world, I'll tell you that much. No, Chris, not Chris friend. It was Seth's friend. Oh, is that okay? Hold on, let me read that again. They said JLR called the cops because Chris friend pulled the gun. Not Chris friend, Seth's friend, you meant to say, right? Pulled the gun on them. Is that what you're saying? It was Seth's friend? Okay. Yes, it was Seth's friend. Okay. Hi, Mr. Electric. Okay. Okay, so going back to this about the airing stuff. Let me look at the voting again. So 44% yes, I would do the same. At this moment, 45 now, 25 definitely not. Adam?
Yeah.
So you said you didn't really hear about that stuff. So Seth Rogers was talking about Sebastian being essayed underneath his mom's watch by this friend, this 13-year-old. And it was reported, but because in California, no charges could be brought against him because of the age, that basically it was an SA victim. And so, but let me put it this way. So Seth has basically just opened up and unloaded about the different things that have happened during Katie's watch, and that Christopher Proudfoot had basically said to him in this telephone conversation, Seth said that he had with Christopher, that it seems like Christopher, the reason why Faith could not be there at the same time as Sebastian is because it's like Christopher has him as a sexual predator, basically, even though he was the victim. So hence why I think something like Seth was saying Christopher Proudfoot, because so Christopher Proudfoot has kind of been saying, like, he's kind of been dancing around that whole thing because of the fact that Sebastian goes to Seth's house when Faith comes over, and Seth says that like Faith and Sebastian will talk for hours, like on FaceTime
Right.
and stuff like that, because that's like a sister and brother type of relationship. Whereas the way that it's, I think, portrayed by Seth is that, okay, Chris thinks that he's this little monster sexual predator. He doesn't want, say, Faith around him. So it seems like they send him off to Seth's house. So basically, Seth has opened up the, can of whoop ass in a sense and said, here, you know what? Christopher Proudfoot is saying that nobody's going to search for Sebastian if they knew the truth. They got into this heated discussion about it. So Seth Rogers is more like, here's a can of worms. Here you guys go. Basically, because it's almost like Christopher Proudfoot. Well, it's getting to the point that I'm going to have to tell people because everyone's questioning why Faith can't, da. So my thing is this. What do you think, or what do you guys feel about Seth being very open now with a kind of, like I said, like he in the last week, he's been like, boom, take that, Katie, boom, here you guys go, here's the information, type of thing. And so we have Jennifer Coffindaffer, SF Investigates, A lot of people, there's this controversy going on, and people are saying, like, there's no need to air this stuff. This isn't going to help find Sebastian.
It's not.
So so let me ask you your thoughts first, and then I'll say mine.
Well, first of all, nobody that's ever a victim of anything deserves to be categorized as an abuser just because they were a victim. That doesn't mean that they will someday become an abuser. But I do agree with what, if Jennifer Koffendorfer and SF Investigates are saying that that they don't think that it's going to help find Sebastian. I do agree with that as well. So, I mean, is it necessary for Seth to be airing that? No, but I don't blame him for it. I mean, he's a grieving father that's, desperate to find his son. So to me, I give him a very broad stroke as far as what I feel like he is able to get away with right now.
Okay, you know what? Actually, let me share screen. Let me go over to FS Investigates for a second. So, SF Investigates, let's see here. He says this: I believe that the most beneficial action for Sebastian Rogers' case would be for the family to hand over all public relations responsibilities back to law enforcement. Stand down and stay silent. Interviews should only occur during joint press conferences with law enforcement. The lack of regular updates from law enforcement is due to the PR spectacle that this has become. However, the private searches should continue. The determination shown in the daily public searches has been remarkable from the volunteer searchers showing up day after day are truly heroes. But the interviews are detrimental to both the case and, more importantly, to Sebastian. Law enforcement possesses highly trained public information officers skilled in navigating these waters. Ultimately, we will receive less information, but it will be accurate information, something both the public and Sebastian need. This is just my opinion as an observer. I am not directly involved in any capacity. Now, he had made a post a few days ago with regards to the same, with regards to the same thing. 1 second here. Let me stop, and I'll put up Jennifer Koffendorfer's. Okay, let's see. So put that bigger on the screen as well. So Jennifer Koffendorfer, she says, more than 2 weeks ago, I knew about the abuse that Sebastian had suffered. Why didn't I post details? Because it wasn't going to help find Sebastian. We all know things in both parents' homes have not been ideal. Parents have chosen to speak out about it. Honestly, there was no need to air it. I wonder if these parents have asked themselves the simple question: does this information help find Sebastian? We all know that Sebastian has suffered at the hands of many, but to go into details is not helpful. In any event, I hope people continue to look for Sebastian, to distribute flyers for Sebastian, and anything to help not to hurt Sebastian. If you had been assaulted in this way, is it something that you would want advertised all over social media? Okay. So that last line that she particularly said, I was just thinking, okay, so Sebastian is missing or not, he's missing. He's actually perhaps at somebody's home somewhere, being protected somehow, let's just say. And then he has to go to school. And all these peers, all these friends now know about all of his things that had happened to him. So I'm kind of torn here, because let me put it this way. I do feel like there's a way of releasing information without giving all the goods. But I also respect any individual that just wants to put, that just wants to just be honest, transparent, and say, look, you know what? basically, I'm sick of Katie and Chris and this bullshit going on. You guys want the truth. Here's the truth. Now, as a sleuther, does it give us more food for thought about maybe why Sebastian perhaps would have left, or why someone is trying to protect him? Now, Seth, of course, will say, if Sebastian, like, he would call me, he would come to my home, right? Because me and my son have a great relationship type of idea. Now we still don't know, of course, what happened to Sebastian. So for me, I'm all about truth and transparency. I am. But by that same token, in my head, I'm going, but now all these other children, these other teens have all this information, and people can be very nasty with that type of information to somebody. So let me put it this way. Seth is him. He's his own person. And I respect absolutely a person that is just trying to be transparent, honest. Here you go. But if it were me, I would have probably have held back somewhat, for sure. But I don't know. Because I know me. I'm just
Right.
I speak off my tongue. I speak from my heart. But
yeah, I agree. I don't, but at the same time, I don't blame Seth at all for saying what he said. I mean, I don't think it helps find Sebastian, but I don't blame him for saying that.
Well, you know what? Right. Like I said, I'm all about just someone speaking truth. And, something like that information was, I'll say, helpful to a better understanding of the dynamic going on. I know it's one-sided. It's Seth's side and it's not Katie's side. And she put out her comment and stuff like that. And so basically, I feel like Seth is like, after that conversation with Chris, it's kind of like, it was kind of like, you're not like, he's like me.
You're not going to hold this in my head.
Yes, no one's ever going to hold anything over my head. And that's why I always say, there's no one that can blackmail me, because I got nothing to hide. Because it's one of those things that, like I said, I don't like people like owing people favors, or the fact of, somebody is going to pretend like they have something to hold over my head. Ain't going to happen in my time. Because, like I said, what I say out publicly, type of thing, is what I'll say out publicly. So I have no problems, saying I said that. So, and the information I don't want to put out publicly, I won't. But by that same token, like, my door is wide open. I'm just a open book. For the most part, there's very little that I feel the need that I can't share. I've talked a lot, especially during some of the cases, about my abusive relationships and my marriage, my son and stuff like that. Some people don't put that stuff out there. I do it, not because, honestly, I want to talk about it so much, but I like it. I like the fact that we're just not alone in things, and that people can relate. So I feel like with Seth, Christopher, after that conversation, is like, you know what? Nobody's going to want to search for your son. You know what? I'm going to let the public know that that's what Christopher was basically saying to me, is that if I put this information out there, because people are asking, so it's almost like he said, well, here's the information. Here you go. You know what? Go ahead.
I was just saying, Elizabeth, I agree. It's been 42 days. I believe today is the 42nd day.
I believe he's had enough as well. I think he's tired of holding back on his feelings about how he feels about what he's doing versus what Katie and Chris are doing. And, and yeah, who knows how much social media plays into that, or people revving him up. I feel for the most part that Seth, like myself, I'm my own person. I'll have my own thoughts, and I'll do, regardless, I'll listen to stuff around me. But at the end of the day, I'll do me. I'll do who I am, not be influenced by anybody. I'll just do me,
Right. So
it's one of those things, is that I respect people that are transparent. I think it gave us a lot to think about maybe, like, for us, like perhaps maybe why Sebastian might have left. Um, who knows what he was saying on FaceTime to Faith or somebody. Like when I say that, I'm not talking about any innuendos. I'm talking about, you know, um, if he was talking to Faith on set time, who else was he talking to? Because that's not recorded, right? So is there someone he was talking to, where he said like, I want to get out of here, da 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 type of thing, and then
Yeah.
somebody helped him. So what do you think? Do you think he's alive or not?
I mean, of course, I hope he's alive.
Well, I know you hope he's alive.
Um,
Honestly, gut feeling. Do you think he left with the help of somebody or voluntarily?
I'll be honest. Most cases, I can answer that a lot easier.
I know.
And with Sebastian's case, it honestly, it depends on the day. There are days I think no way he's still alive. Sadly, I think he's probably gone. And then other days, I think
I know.
maybe he is somewhere.
Let's start a new poll. Let's start a new poll for that one.
So,
I'm
I'm not trying to ride the fence with that answer. It's genuinely how I feel. Depending on the day, my answer will change.
Yes.
I mean, statistically and from following enough cases, my gut tells me the signs are not good. But I haven't given up all hope yet with it.
Oops.
Exactly, Lisa. Terrible statistics. I trust me, I get that.
I'm just gonna do it this way. Okay, I'll just do that. So you guys go to that poll there and just see. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Hey, Seth. 1 in 10 children will be the victim of SA before their 18th birthday. If a person wants to treat my son differently because, Seth, because you were in here the other day, do you want to come sit up here with me and Adam? Aspen Connor, Adam on there. And welcome to the chat, Seth. Again, he had peeked in here the other day. You were on the Pascal show. Always, and thank you for the prayers. My son is alive and I refuse to believe otherwise. Seth, I'm not sure if I said this when you were here the other day. If there's one case so far where I still think that there's this hope that a child is alive, it's Sebastian. It's Sebastian.
And that's how I feel. I mean,
yeah. But anyway, did you want to come up here and join us for a few minutes, or do you not have time? Would love to have you, just honestly. Everyone has their questions, and there's that one still burning question, and just say yes or no in chat. It's no pressure. I would really like to know if he did have internet access at school or not, or if he was not allowed to on there. I'm really, that one, like I said, because FaceTime, you can talk, and you don't know what the conversation is. This case it has me up all night, buddy. I'll tell you that much. It has me thinking. It reminds me of the Suzanne Morphew case. And in a way, Suzanne Morphew's case was the first case, besides looking at Delphi, was, it's a mind twister on there. Okay. Maybe if you ask him, he'll say yes. Yeah, he's a deputy in Davidson County on there.
Auntie Ree says, I used to be married to a man very much like Chris. I could probably tell you exactly what's been up to and is still doing.
Let's try. I'm going to try this again. Seth Rogers, would you like to come up here and sit with me and Adam? I don't know, for a few, like maybe like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Do you have time to do that? If you just let us know.
Sorry, Aaron.
I'd like to have Seth come up here, to be honest.
Of course.
Seth, get your butt up here on there.
Robin Brown said, that's what I wonder. Could someone have been watching and went in after Katie went to sleep? And Robin, again, how are they not captured on video? Especially if, knowing where Sebastian's bedroom was in that house.
Let's see here. Only Chris had a passcode to get. That's no. Wait a second. That's not true.
Yeah,
They said that
knew it too.
they said Sebastian knew that Sebastian didn't know the code for the garage, but he had the code. I think I want to say for the other two doors.
Seth says, I have been researching leads all day and I have been getting nothing from TBI.
That still doesn't answer my question. Do you want to come sit up on the live with us? I'm kind of like you that way, Seth. That's like, kind of just get to the point. I actually, to be honest with you, when I was listening to Seth when he was on Pascal's show, which was a great live, by the way, I really enjoyed that. It had, I had a lot of information, a lot of things. But one thing I could totally relate to was like, I always say this: you are in charge of your, own thoughts and actions. Nobody else is. And you're accountable for stuff like that. You are not. Yeah. Yes, Seth, join us. Come join us. You heard the info about the petrol station? Okay, on JLR. Did you hear about that lead about the garage? Seth, please. All right. Half pint. I'm right. Do kids ever listen to adults? No. Ellie, how about you speak for yourself and not for Seth? How about them apples, okay? Just saying. You don't need to capitalize. Give him a break. Yes, of course. That's why he goes on. He brings awareness. That's why he goes on YouTubers and all the things. But do not speak for somebody else, please. If not already, the pause sighting at Speedway. Never heard of that one.
Seth, absolutely. Take a minute and.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, no pressure, but I just don't like it when other people speak, because Seth has been very vocal about going on to people's channels because it's about bringing awareness and stuff like that. So.
Sunny, I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Strange that a person who installs security system. Well, don't you find that a little bit strange, though? I'm not going to lie. I'll say it's just, somebody that installs that and yet they don't have any, like, I don't know. But I think that if my child, like, I don't know, like they say he's not a runner and all that. But, like if like, I don't know, motion detectors, an alarm, something. But they had like nothing. Yeah. I am listening. I have to drive. Ask my last question, Sonny. Oh, a bossy thing. Bossy. Did Chris's sister ever get back to you? No, Chris's sister never got back to me. She was a mouthpiece, but she sure didn't get back to me. She was like, Christopher, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I seen that. Thing is that I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link. Seth, if you can listen to this right now, I'll drop the link. Just say when you're ready for the link, and then I'll drop it now. But anyone that knows this is that don't even think you're going to come troll, because you have to show your face on camera, and Seth always typically shows his face on camera. So if you're a troll that's going to try to access that, good fight, not going to work. Now, love you, Seth. Prayers for you and Sebastian. Nick, with all due respect, you didn't choose to be an investigator. Your comments are insensitive. Yeah. Keep it nice, for sure. Right. Have respect. To Seth, you can have your feelings and stuff like that, but there's no need to be, with slapstick type comments that are, like you're not an investigator. That's just ignorant. And how do you know? Maybe he has done investigative work in his time. So Robin's saying, ask my last question. What's your last question? Oh, okay, let's see. Let's just see, make sure. Okay, there he is. Okay, that's perfect. One sec there. Add to stage. Let's see. I gotta move us around for a sec, Seth. How are you?
Tired.
1 second here. Let me just set us up a little bit better. Didn't have that. Okay, 1 sec, guys. Just gonna sit there. All right. Aspen, can you hear me? Adam? Okay, Seth, I'm just making it a little bit bigger here so people can see us properly.
I can hear you, Sonny.
Okay. Seth, first of all, I want to say thank you, of course, for joining us on the live here. So sorry. Like I said, this case is touched our hearts here on It's a Crime and Shame. Honestly, there's nothing to say that could ever, of course, take the pain that you're feeling, but thank you for joining us. I want to say that first and foremost, and prayers to you and Sebastian, and that he's found. So how are you doing today? How?
Just tired.
Yeah.
Trying to get TBI to answer questions for me. They won't answer questions.
Can I ask, can you say what questions you're trying to get answers to?
Well, the thing with the speedway, that's been reported so many times, and yet I don't know if they've investigated it or not.
Okay. Here, maybe I'll do this. 1 second. Let me just take our branding off. There we go. Okay, so you know what? To be honest with you, I haven't actually heard about the Speedway one, and I've heard a lot, but so there was a sighting at the Speedway. I'm not sure about that.
That was the gray truck, the jail I was talking about.
Oh, okay, that's the one.
Am I correct, Seth?
I don't know if it's gray or what it is.
Okay.
Dark truck, but that was, it was more than 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, so you're trying to ask them about that one?
Yeah, because I don't want to send them any leads.
Right.
Already done it because I ain't trying to waste my time or theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. I like your tenacity for sure. I loved watching that live you did with the Pascal show. You've done a few, and I know you've done a lot with YouTubers. Like I said, I can't even keep up with you anymore, to be honest, because I know that you're like on so many, different YouTubers and Nancy Grace and Court TV and just bringing awareness out there. And you're tired, you're exhausted, but you just want to.
I mean, it took me over a week to actually decide that I was going to do it. Because I don't like people trying to hold stuff over my head.
Absolutely.
People can have their opinions. I don't give two shits about people's opinions. I don't have social media. I don't have to get on fucking YouTube.
Yeah.
I can go about just dropping off flyers and continue to search. I appreciate people coming out to help me. I really do. I appreciate the awareness of getting my son's picture and face out there.
Mm-hmm.
I
Absolutely.
mean, we've gone through probably 20,000 flyers.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I see in different chats, people are saying, like I said, when you were here the other night, I'm not sure if you were still in here. As you said, you were taking your medication, your arms sore. I seen you, and stuff like that. And people were saying, like, or I showed that thing that, for rudders, that people can go help search and, obviously pick up flyers. And there's other people letting you know that they're putting flyers out there. Now, personally, I'm from Canada, and I think it was you that said that was it you that said that they've even gone as far up as Canada?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I remember you saying that.
Australia, the UK. I've even had people. We don't know where he's at, but it's been 42 days. That means he could be anywhere in this world.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's that's the bottom line of it. I remember there was this one person that said, "Oh, I don't really share things because when I was saying that, if you see something on your Twitter or whatever and it says missing person, to
Right.
share it." And then one person said, "Well, I live across the pond, so I don't bother sharing those." And I said, "But you're forgetting that a lot of the people that are on your list are probably from the U.S. and all different parts of the world." So sometimes people forget that because they're thinking, well, I'm over in, United Kingdom. What good's it going to do if I share someone over in the US? Well, again, on your social media, a lot of people's friends are from the US or different parts of the world. And any awareness is good awareness.
Right. Can I ask a question? Seth, you said, you're trying to get answers from TBI. Is it that they're not responding to you? Or is it that they're giving you the runaround, or what's the frustration you're having with TBI right now? Because I mean, are you not getting routine updates from them, or what's going on?
I get generic responses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
It takes a lot of effort to not turn around and professionally tell them where to shut.
right. Like I said, when I was listening to you on Pascal, I'm the same way. Like I'm just a open book, like I said, you can't hold nothing over my head, type of thing. It's like, people want to think what they want, do what they want. That's their choice. Do I care? Absolutely not. Right. You said the same thing that I always say. We're in charge of our own thoughts and actions and nobody else's and stuff like that. Basically, you just do you. Either you like me or you don't, but I'm out here kind of like looking for my child. And we know that you've been more vocal lately, Seth. And I personally have appreciated it because I like any information that helps me understand what could have possibly have happened to your poor son here. And I'm so sorry. And again, it's the worst pain. It's the most excruciating pain that any parent could possibly ever imagine, I'm sure. Like, I'm so sorry that you're going through this.
Like I said, 1 in 10 youths go through it. It's horrible. The fact is that 1 in 10 is literally only the statistics for those that say something.
Yeah.
And then when you get people in chat that are trying to shame me for actually stating it, saying it's dirty laundry. It's not dirty laundry. It happened. I'm not going to sit here and let somebody hold something over my head. It happened. It did not happen under my watch. I still feel guilty as shit that it did happen. All right.
Yeah, I noticed that there was a controversy, and I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of shocked that so many people were like, this didn't need to be aired and stuff like that. Like, because personally, like the poll before this was, yes, you do the same as what you did, and sorry, the wind's coming through your mic there, but most people, Seth, said yes, that they would do the same.
Yeah. I voted on the poll.
Okay, I'm not even gonna lie, Seth. chances are I had a feeling that you probably might be watching this live. Maybe just for the title. Oops. Hold on. Someone
I
just
noticed.
said,
I was going to say, I didn't notice that you liked my YouTube page like an hour ago, so I got a notification.
that's true. Well, Positive Vibe says Scotland is all behind you, Seth. Perfect. Thank you guys. And we'll get that. But yes, no, because I was on your page when I was trying to verify that it was you last time that you were in chat, because there's so many trolls out there, and I just don't do trolls, but there's so many trolls out there that try to pretend like either that they'll come in with like, say, a name like Sebastian, like they do. People do the most effed up things for sure. And so I just wanted to verify. So I had your page open still. And so I clicked on it and I was like, oh, I better hit subscribe, because I knew that it was you once I went and looked. But in the YouTube land, you got to know by now, for someone, if you didn't know or have too much social media and stuff like that, the trolls are a dime a dozen. They come out of the woodwork. And you just, like I said,
somebody has already tried to make a Facebook account and say they're me. So,
I'm so sorry. I mean, I think your mom's come into our chat. So we really appreciate it, Robin.
okay. So, okay, thank you, husband. So I'm just sorry, but there was someone that says you have shamed your son. Block. We don't put up with that here. Okay. Have some respect for Seth. You will get blocked instantly. We don't put up with that stuff. Okay. If you have an opinion, that's fine. But there's a difference. This man's son is missing.
42 days.
Yeah, I really can't stand, like I said, the keyboard warriors. Come say that to his face. Sit there and say that. I bet you wouldn't. So it's stuff like that. Exactly. It's just disrespectful. Someone's child is missing. For us, like a child as a mother, like I said, can I put myself in your shoes? Absolutely not. Am I a deep empath by nature? Absolutely. It pains me to no end to literally watch your interviews and watch the hurt and the pain and the frustration and the anger and all those emotions that you're going through. You hear it in your voice. Your mother was in here one time a couple weeks back. She didn't have nice things to say about Christopher Proudfoot, and to be honest, neither do I. But at the time that your mother had kind of come into chat, Robin, she had said some comments about Christopher Proudfoot. Like basically he's a liar, which he's been shown. Like, look at this. That you see the whole polygraph thing. I've taken it. Then on Nancy Grace, he says he's not taken one. Then he says he has one and then he doesn't even take Nancy Grace's. And then he tells somebody else the other day that he has one scheduled. Again, and it's just like, dude, shut up, okay? But anyways, your mother had not so nice words to say about Christopher Proudfoot. And it didn't take too long, to be honest with you, for the public to see that. No offense, but in the public of opinion, everyone's really, for the most part, is in your corner. And for us, it's a lack to be desired in the public opinion, of course.
the only thing I have to say about that is, when you say that everybody's in my corner, everybody needs to understand I'm fighting with different people. I'm not going to go tit for tat. I'm not going to respond to certain things. All right, this is about Sebastian.
Yeah.
Somebody was trying to hold something that happened to Sebastian over my head.
Yep.
And, when he sat there and was saying, people want to know why I don't want my daughter around your son. And it's like,
Right.
well,
I know.
you guys are partly to blame for that.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Like I
don't
said,
trying to hold something over my head. I mean, I could tell you things that he told to me. Like on the first day, he looked at me and, he hadn't even been back for like 2 hours or 3 hours. And he looked at me, what are you going to do if this goes south? And I looked at him, I said, what are you talking about if I go south? What are you going to do if he's dead? And I'm I'm gonna walk out of this house because if I do anything else, they'll put me in handcuffs right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
How dare how dare you even think that my son is dead?
On there. Yeah. I was gonna say, and I remember you saying that, like I said, on the Pascal show. I know you've talked on many, but exactly right. I'm not gonna go tit for tat, but I get it. I'm that same feisty version in female form. Same way. But Adam, did you want to ask something? Can
I
see
mean,
you.
so other than the frustration you're feeling from TBI right now, I mean, where are you guys at as far as like I mean, I'm sure you go up and down as far as emotions, but I mean, what's your game plan as far as day 43?
Tomorrow I'm gonna go get images done on my shoulder.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right. Monday. Yeah.
I take everything one day at a time. You know,
Yeah.
when my when the nurse practitioner tells me you need to stop for a few days, you guys
And
don't know everything that's going wrong with me. You see what you see that's an outward. You don't see what's going on when the camera isn't on. You know,
absolutely.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Well, what can the public do to help? I mean, is there anything that you need?
He says it all the time, actually, but go ahead.
I only need one thing, and that's my son to be found.
Yeah.
I know.
You know, that's it.
To ask you a question, a couple of things, because I'd like to know. You had answered about the one day somewhat, but I didn't honestly take it that you knew for sure the answer. Do you absolutely know for sure that Sebastian did not have internet access at school to the pads that they hand out? Do you know that for sure, Seth? Because I kind of took it as like you were saying, well, Chris and that don't let him, but
Well,
you said
he
he
doesn't have internet access at his house.
right.
All right. He has internet access at my house
Yes.
playing video games.
Yeah. You said he watched YouTube.
Because we sat there and play together. You know, he doesn't have. I never bought him a Nintendo account, so his Switch doesn't have. It can pick up my Wi-Fi and download content for the games, but it's got no chat service on it, so you can't communicate with nobody. On the PlayStation, they took that and went through it because when he's on there, he's under my profile. He doesn't have a gamer tag,
Right.
and he doesn't have headphones to plug into the controller, so he can't talk to nobody. Doesn't have a chat option for him to type or anything like that. So
Right. But at school though, right? So like I said, I've
at
listened
school,
to you. Go
had
ahead.
access for taking tests, and that was done with the teacher right there.
Okay. Yeah, right. It's just one of those things. It's just like I've listened to you, and you said that I know that it's more lenient at your house than it is at drill sergeant corporal punishment there, Christopher Proudfoot and Katie's home. You can tell the difference. Comes over to your house, it's more like like I said, going to my dad's a little bit more laid back over there for sure. You can tell. But because there's only so many scenarios, obviously, right? Like, okay, Katie and Christopher are the ones that had said, for instance, that they kept saying weird things. Okay. Well, mind you, they kept adding stuff to interviews. Then it was like pulling teeth, actually. Christopher Proudfoot actually spoke the most. It was like Katie's Muppet in a sense, always talking for her, talking over her in a sense. But they're the
Maybe
one.
maybe she should remove her hand out of his ass.
Right. I mean, honestly, it's kind of one of those things. It's like I remember her saying on I think it was the Smiley World's channel, where it was kind of like, well, I don't have an issue with Chris talking for me. Like, And I'm just like, but people want to hear from you. You're the mother. You are the mother. Like just like you're being a voice for Sebastian because you're the father, you want to hear the mother speak. You don't want to hear the stepdad, in a place that's being a question posed to Katie that she would know. And so do you know absolutely for sure that that first of all, Christopher Proudfoot was in Memphis? Like, do you absolutely know that? Were you told that by TBI? Because you said that they also
No.
showed. Okay, you don't know that for sure. Okay.
They haven't shared any information with me
Okay.
at all.
But they shared with you that it was a garbage truck and not flashlights.
They showed me the video because that one came out from Barrett, and they wanted to show. And those lights were in the top right-hand corner. They were literally on the other side of the road.
Right. Okay. Now Christopher and Katie kept saying, well, he went out the front door, and it was locked. That doesn't make sense. But meaning they're the ones telling us. They said that it was determined that the really only possible place he could have left when asked if it was a window, back door, they said that a camera would have seen him at the back window or the back door, that a camera would have seen him from the garage side, and that, so I had assumed that on the window that the mulch wouldn't have been disturbed in order for them to make that claim that he didn't go out a window. But that's their version. It's not TBI's version, right? So the information is only as good as what they're telling us, but that doesn't mean it's factual and true.
Correct.
It's just what they're saying to us. So take it with a grain. Go ahead.
It's their hypothesis.
Correct. I mean, we all know it's strange. A kid. So there's the money that was in the ATM machine that they said they found about a week later in his closet. That was still there untouched, Christopher Proudfoot said. We've heard that, well, no phone, supposedly no shoes, perhaps socks, still weird. What kid is going to run away and not take his backpack, some munchies, like have a little bit of a plan going on here? What, and you said that this is not my son. Like, this is something he would not do. So you don't see it, Seth, as him like just, you know what, I'm gonna put on my little runaway tote and just head on out of here with no shoes, but take a
Doesn't
little
make sense because it's not something I think my son would do.
Right. It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it's because there's something wrong with that scenario. Absolutely.
Is that something Katie ever when she first contacted you brought up, that could Sebastian be on his way to your house?
Katie didn't speak.
So what was that again? Sorry, Adam.
Oh, I had asked if Katie ever asked if it was a possibility that she thought Sebastian could be on his way to Seth's house, but I think Seth froze.
Oh, okay. Seth? Oh, it almost looks like he's got his finger up here. Seth, you froze if you can hear us. Yeah, he's froze. I'll drop the link again because he might need it. Seth, if you can hear us, you're froze.
Seth said Katie didn't speak. Thank you, Shannon.
Until ever asked me.
Oh, sorry, Seth. You had lagged for about a good minute there.
Yeah.
It almost looked like you were picking your nose. So sorry, Adam. The question was.
Well, no, I had asked if Katie had ever said anything about Sebastian possibly coming to your house, and I think you said Katie didn't speak.
Mods block Nathan. Seth is highly flawed and made mistakes and contributed to the poor parenting. Oh yeah, okay, you can just go ban user. Yeah, no need for you people in here. This is about caring about people, not attacking people. Okay, okay. Robin says, do you think someone could have went in, took him after Katie went to sleep? I thought I heard you say it's so dark, the camera next door may not have been able to see anyone. Oh, is he froze again?
I think he's froze again.
Oh, Seth, um, Seth, could you possibly log out and then come back in? I'll put the link down again because you're froze again. Oh, there we go. Paste. I'll put the link down there. Okay, 1 second. We'll just wait for. Mhm. Oh, sorry, I was talking and I guess I muted myself. Seth, I dropped you the link there again for StreamYard. Let's see here. 1 sec, guys. My husband brought me this nice burger and curly fries, but it's going to go cold. Adam, you still there?
Yeah, I am here. Well, I hope he's able to reestablish his connection.
Yeah. I'm just trying to look here. I really like to know if CP was at the house already. No, he wasn't, Sherry. He'd already answered that. He said that Christopher Proudfoot's mother was there, but that he wasn't. Yeah. Let's see here. Seth, I dropped the link again for you. Maybe he's just no. Got questions still. I got a few more questions. So that I'm sure that there's others. Shall they were asked if Sebastian was upset about anything, and that the only thing they could come up with. And mods, please, if you see someone that is literally attacking Seth, they can just go. They can go do that in another channel, but they're not going to do it here. That's the same thing we had with Abby and Libby. You know, people want to place blame on Becky Patty and stuff like that. No, you're not going to sit there and, talk shit about victims here. On there. So, anyways, so hopefully Seth can make it back because there was some of those things in my head. Oh, there he is. Sweet. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Welcome back. You kept lagging there, Seth. Are you okay now?
Yeah, I lost all internet and signal and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How is typically your Wi-Fi over there, your signal? Like, is it typically pretty good?
No.
Oh,
So I live between an airport and a Navy base. I mean,
yeah. Yeah. So again, just wanted to, like I said, this particular space, this channel, it's trying to be about caring about individuals. Again, so telling the mods that if anyone starts trying to attack Seth, they get blocked. There's no need of it. You're a parent that's suffering. People try to do that in the Delphi case as well. Attack the family members. Won't have any of it. You're here because of your son. And those people can, like I said, can take a long walk off a short pier for all I care. But anyways, okay. So did you see the video? And I know you've talked about different things, but I never particularly heard this one. I heard that you watched the video of supposedly Sebastian taking the garbage out. Did you see that video?
I did.
And was it Sebastian?
It was too dark to tell.
Okay. Because do you know what time of the night it was for that?
No, because I didn't see a timestamp on it.
Okay. Right, because 6:30 apparently. I think there was a waitress that said like that they had left at about 6:30 from the restaurant, and Katie had said that he took out the garbage, but there was no kind of clear time. But it doesn't matter. So you were saying that it was too dark or too whatever that you really couldn't make out if it was. Did you see movement of a person though?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, okay. Do you find it and I'm not trying to show shade to Katie or Chris on this because they do that well enough themselves, but they didn't have an alarm or motion or nothing, like no cameras, no alarm, no motion detectors. I don't know, I just thought usually nowadays it's so odd that she works for Brinks but yet doesn't, that they didn't, like, you would think, I don't know why, but for some reason in my head I'm trying to equate Mr. Drill Sergeant Christopher Proudfoot there, that he would have all eyes on anyone. Like,
especially being being the fact that he was away from the house for such long periods of time. To me, that didn't fit with his personality either. But
yeah, I know. Did you find that strange at all, or just no? I mean,
Find it strange. I mean, I don't have one at my house, but I rent.
yeah.
And,
right.
in order to do that, I have to tap into the electrical system and everything else because I've already looked into it.
Okay. And of course, I know that you know this, that there's so many people like Joyce and Hoskins and a lot of people in chat. I pray every night for Seth and Sebastian, but last night was the first night I just cried. I tried to speak, but could just cry. So I know Seth has to be hurting 1,000 times over. Seth, I mean, I can't say this enough. And thank you for all you loving, caring people in the world that truly care and have empathy for people that are in situations like this. But I can't stress this enough. My biggest pain inside is when people, because we cover the murdered and the missing, because people have to suffer, like in your case, what's going on right now, to even try to comprehend, describe what that must be feeling like, that your only son is missing and you have no idea where he is, makes me, many times I've put, tears coming in my eyes, because it's such the most unimaginable pain to me to ever put upon a parent. And that's, I'm sure, like I said, it's just the most imaginable pain for someone. And my heart goes out to you.
And
And
it would piss me off too.
absolutely. Like, okay. And I know you've answered this before, but let's pretend like you haven't. But what do you feel that someone has, Sebastian? That someone helped and aided him?
All I have is
Circumstantial.
and
Like
TBI. TBI doesn't want to listen to it. Sumner County doesn't want to listen to it.
really? On a scale of 1 to 10, how frustrating is that for you? 100? Yeah, on there.
So Jackie Young says, have you seen the clothes that you saw your son wearing on the Texas Roadhouse video?
The
No,
jeans.
I'm back in that house since the little escapade with my sister setting up a GoFundMe.
Right. That's kind of where it all went down. Because, okay, now if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know Katie said that he was wearing jeans. And I believe I want to say she said a white shirt. Is that correct?
It was jeans, and I think it was a blue, like a grayish blue, long sleeve shirt.
Long sleeve. Okay, for that. Okay. Only because obviously a lot of people don't even feel like Sebastian made it home after that. Let's see. If the trash, Sherry says, if the trash video was taken, there must be footage of anyone coming or going the weekend and should be checked. Okay. Thanks, Sherry. Cars. I knew that on Trev Time that there was this rumor of a vehicle at 3 something in the morning. Anything about that you've heard about any vehicles, mysterious vehicles in the area?
I've already given the information to TBI.
Okay.
So
But you have,
because they're not going to respond to me. They're not going to tell me if they checked it out. They're not going to tell me anything. So pretty much I get to take a whole bunch of flyers and take a map and throw a dart at it and find out where I'm going to start next.
I get it. Yeah, absolutely. And Jacqueline,
Oh,
thank you
sorry.
for the super sticker. But he has answered that one for the Speedway tip. So yes, he has heard about it, and he's you said, oh, you go ahead and answer again if you would like, Seth, to that.
Yeah,
Oh, 1 second.
I sent the information to TBI. I don't know if they checked on it or not.
Okay. Someone has said, okay. No, so again, this timeline. I mean, the timeline that we hear is in the morning. Okay. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the timeline yourself many times. So in the morning, Sebastian is, um, you know, laughing, they're joking around. He calls a relative to brag. I'm not even sure what it was to brag about. Katie didn't really say. It was really weird, strange though, when she looks over to Chris though and goes, and then we went to pick up, his cousin, and she looks like literally over to Chris, and Chris is just like, as if he was there. That was always strange to me. Like, not that I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do note red flags when I see them. And he said, if Sebastian would have went out the window, we would have heard him, is what he said on a podcast. And then when Katie turns to him, Seth, and kind of is like, and then we went to pick up. I'm assuming that that's a cousin from Chris Proudfoot's side. Do you know? That morning of his disappearance, or sorry, on the 25th, eats breakfast. They get a call from, I guess, maybe the aunt. They go pick up his cousin, they say.
Well, it depends because if it depends on depending on who you listen to, either Katie went to pick them up or Melissa went to pick them up. So
Okay.
I mean, no, I don't know.
Well, I was going to say, so go
Nobody
ahead.
has stories straight. So it's like if your stories aren't matching and your stories aren't straight, then at least one of you are lying. If
Mhm. Well, that's just like, just to ask you, okay, because I've watched their interviews and theirs are easy to keep track of because unlike yours, because now you're everywhere, right? On all YouTube, putting out Sebastian, hey, people, come help out and search, come put out flyers. Look, I just want my kid back. Please, 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 do what you can to help assist, and you're just speaking out every which way you can, and I get it. I bet you feel like if you're just sitting there, you feel like you're probably, you know what I mean? And your son's out there missing. Do you feel guilty if you're just sitting there, Seth?
I feel frustrated because I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Right. Where else to go? Where else to look? Exactly. I
It's like when I did the show for Pascal, I told him I could do it 9 o'clock at night
yeah.
because by then I'm back here, and I don't want any of my volunteers out there after dark because we got people following them around. I want them to be in the daylight. It's
Yeah.
just
Well,
I'm trying to find
exactly.
my son,
Uh,
and at the same point in time, I'm trying to make sure everybody who helps me doesn't get hurt.
Absolutely. I mean, like, you know, honestly, it's just such a mind, like I call it like a mind fuck, really. Like, honestly, like, I sat there and I've listened to all of Katie's. Oh, that's what I'm sorry. That's what I was going to ask you. Like, they've added, okay, the first one they did was on a podcast, okay, which had 5K viewers, subscribers. I thought that was strange, but apparently the podcaster, somebody knew the Proudfoots and I thought that was strange, you know, just for the fact that I would think that the media out there, like the actual news outlets, those people can put stuff out there in a sense farther than a 5K channel. No offense to the channel that was called Duchess that they were on first. Now that's when Katie and Christopher, and mostly Christopher was doing the talking. And they talked about the flashlight, and they kept saying about the door being locked. It's funny how they never really mentioned it more so after that. So the first time they said the most information was on that first interview that they did on the Duchess channel. Then they did one with WSMV, and it's like they glazed over. Like they were talking, right? And they're sitting there, you know, of course the news, a little bit different kind of vibe. And it's like there's at no point would Katie really give any sort of timeline. It was just more like, you know, we woke up, you know, we went and did some errands, went out had for dinner. If she even said that the first time, can't remember. I'd have to go listen again. You know, he said at 9 o'clock, I told him it was time to go to bed. And then, you know, he says, love you, mama, love you, puppies. And then next thing you know, she wakes him up or goes to go wake him up and he's not there. And then, you know, and then the next one they do, they're too emotional and we're just looking at hands. Like this is your child and we're looking at hands, you know, because they're too emotional to do the interview. But yet, sorry, no offense, but that was when they were the least emotional from the interviews I had personally watched. But I was like, this is your son. Like what the heck? Like, if I'd be like, just like you, Seth, I'd be exactly like what you're doing. That's who I am as a person. Get your butt off, put your face on the front. If Sebastian's out there, mama, show your freaking face on the camera, okay? Not in this hand holding crap. But anyways, my personal opinion. But anyways, then all of a sudden we hear about a thud at 10 o'clock. And then she says, according to Katie, she says, you know, like, Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed? No, ma'am. Okay, I don't care whatever you're doing in there, but get your butt to bed, basically. But she never said anything more about the flashlight in interviews. You know, like it's been very sporadic and added information, and it's like pulling teeth. Whereas you come out and you're just like, hey, I'll answer. What do you guys want to know? I'll answer you. You know, you were more, I'll say politically correct at the start a little bit. You know, you were just, you know, getting your feelers out there, doing some things at the start. And then as time has come on, you're just like, poof, okay, here it is. Here's the info. You guys want to know? Here it is. But what do you think about that? Like this thud at 10 o'clock, all of a sudden, that got put into the story in a sense. I guess my question there is, yeah, like what about this thud?
If there was a thud in my house, I'd go check it out.
You would think. She said she was right in the living room.
But see, her whole description of that is the whole reason why if you're a true parent, you're gonna go check on your kid.
I would absolutely. I'm a protective parent, and I just have one son. He's 27 now. But honestly, if I would have heard a thud, my ass would have been off that couch so fast, checking to see what happened. But that's just, you know, me. I definitely would have gotten up, but that's just me. So I don't know.
And investigated, you know.
Some people are asking, do you feel like Katie's interviews, and I hate to ask this really, because we've never projected that you or Katie or Chris had anything to do with any disappearance of Sebastian. That's up to the LE at some point, the story to come to fruition for whatever has happened to Sebastian. Knowing full well that you have an alibi at work. You know, you work for, like I said, a deputy for Davidson County there, that you were offered to take a lie detector. Actually, did you take the one with Nancy Grace yet?
No, it's Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday? Okay, perfect. So at least you're gonna. I know you're gonna keep your word. Go ahead.
Say I haven't heard from TBI that I can't take it yet.
Say that one more time.
Said I haven't heard from TBI.
Oh. Okay, I got it. Or perhaps CBI is going to tell you that you can't go on the Nancy Grace show as well.
I don't know. Maybe they'll tell me it violates HIPAA.
Let me make
Right.
this clear.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
So Seth, I mean, from what you know, I mean, do you think Chris and Katie know more about what happened with Sebastian going missing than they've told people?
I don't know. But when a person's not forthcoming with information, or whenever they tell the story, things change.
Yeah.
You have to ask yourself why.
Hmm. You know, Grandma always said that if it doesn't sound right to the ear, that it's because there's something wrong. You know,
Like a duck, acts like a duck.
right? But it's not no swan, right? Quacks like a duck, acts like a duck. Definitely ain't no swan. Exactly. You know, like for me too, like ever since I was younger, you know, you just pick up on cues, pick up on people's intuition, you know, and stuff like that, and whether or not they're telling you bullshit, whether they're being truthful and stuff like that. So, you know, like some people, like said that they are more highly intuitive to other people's presences, you know, you're looking for all those little things, but within reason. Like I try to think that we're very, like, you know, as a person, that I'm very level headed, that I use common sense, and I'm just looking for the truth amongst what's being said, knowing full well that Katie and Chris have put out certain information, kind of like what's in my timeline thing that I made, you know, for it. That they put out certain information. Does it make it factual and true? No. Why? Because we haven't, you know, heard it from LE. You know, information. We've heard information from you, you know, your side of things. You know, does that make it official and true? Well, Seth, I'll tell you, if there's anyone I'm going to believe, it's going to be definitely you. You come across as honest and sincere. You don't come across like, say, Christopher Proudfoot, who is obviously lying. You lied about. Oh, which reminds me, I have to say this. I'm so sorry that you had to find out on a podcast about, you know, the CPS and the abuse and, you know, your son and stuff like that, or to find out all this information that you didn't have any knowledge of. But I'm so sorry that it took a podcast for you know, Chris to basically open up and then try to put his tail between his legs on Nancy Grace.
It wouldn't even be open up because the way he spoke, he gloated about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. You know, I know, I'm sorry, but I kind of deem him as a narcissist, arrogant, kind of somebody that's just full of themselves. And I think that when I listen to Nina, like, and like I said, I try to be very balanced in our thinking. When I listen to Nina and I listen to Robin, you know, I think the truth of what your mom said about Christopher Proudfoot came to fruition. What Nina was saying, knowing it's one sided, but again, you just kind of try to always read between the lines about, you know, sure, nobody's perfect, right? And someone might paint a picture in a sense like Nina. She's telling her side, but I look for the genuineness of what she's saying and if it sounds pretty reasonable. And what she's saying sounded absolutely like what my vision of Chris's personality would be like. He comes across that way. He doesn't have a very likable factor. That's the presence he's portrayed. Whereas you're very vocal and you portray this passion, this care. Yet, you know, like you said, you're like me, like you have that I don't give a shit side of what people think. So you know, which you simply do, but yet you can see the heart and the pain of what you're saying, looking for your son. What do you think about the fact that they took the decal off? Did you see that off the camper, off the car? What do you think about that, actually? About Katie taking the decal off of the side of her car for Sebastian. Did you see it?
No, I didn't see her do it, but it doesn't surprise me.
I'll show you. I made a video, just quickly putting them side by side. Let me just take this down. So see the car, her car there, on the left has the decal, but now, and this was just taken like
And
today or yesterday.
and that's decal for Canadians.
Oh, decal, right?
Sorry, Sonny.
No, Canadian, eh? Okay, so yeah, so my thing is this. Okay, so we were talking about this a little earlier. So my thing is this is that,
The only one.
like, pardon?
She's not the only one. Chris's mother is taking them all off of her vehicle too.
Isn't that like what the F, right? Like,
So-
is this about
They-
Sebastian or them?
They don't care.
Honestly, like this. So we were talking about this earlier when I played this because it really, this is the first thing I noticed when I seen JLR put up this video of the one without. I was like, well, where's the decal? Okay. And then all of a sudden, so I went to go find the other one because I knew that it was on there, but I wanted to show it visually to people. And to me, I'm like, the reason why they would take it off is because they don't want anyone to know, and they're trying to, kind of like, oh, he popped away. He dropped. And I'm sorry, you guys, if there's tons of questions out there. Adam, if you see any ones that, oh, there he is. Just age. Oh yeah, you popped off there for a second, like popcorn. Pop. Okay, y'all good now? On there. What were they? Well, it was about Sebastian on the car, right? About Sebastian. So to me, that's making it about themselves, as always. That's what it seems to be. Like, this is about your child. So you're going to care more about the fact that you don't want people to know that that's you there? Or
Right.
is this about Sebastian being missing and your child? So why would anyone give a shit unless they're egos? Because this is your son that you're looking for, right? Remember, Katie? You said, well, Sebastian just could be anywhere. That's why I'm up here with Chris 3 hours away and I've left home. Bullshit. That's not why you're up there. You're up there because you didn't want to be down there to have to deal with everything yourself because you were scared probably. But to take off his decal, really? It's just about you or Sebastian. Anyways, all I'm saying is that it's coming across like it keeps being about them, not Sebastian. And it's pissing me off, to say the least. Is it pissing you off?
Completely.
So I have a question, and I might just be behind on this part of it, but is it true that like Chris's parents, they like took off and went to Alaska the day after Sebastian went
A
missing?
couple days after, I think. Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
And I would assume, like, you being Katie's ex, you probably haven't had any interaction with Chris's family, right?
Did he hear it? Seth? Oh, I feel so bad. He's poor guy. He's having like, when I've watched him on the other channels, it must be the Canadian thing. It's like,
Jackie Young says, it's a crime with shame. Can I post Seth's GoFundMe, please?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please post Seth's GoFundMe.
Yeah, and for anyone watching now, I put out a video, and I still need to update parts of it, but I put out a video the other day with Sebastian's information, the timeline, some information. I still need to add some more to it, but there's a nice, good timeline, and it has all different ways, and I should be doing that, to be honest with you. Let me go to that Seth's GoFundMe. Hold on a second here. Let me stop this. No, I'm gonna go back to here it is.
You back him. Libra's moon. I'm not sure what your what your question was, but if I can find it, if he comes back on, I'll be happy to ask it. And hopefully Seth can reconnect. But I understand if he can't.
No, connect.
Of course. Well, of course, yes. Connect. We have more questions, Seth.
Wait, Robin, I already put up your question. Was there another question?
No, this was a Libra's moon.
Yeah, but just try to remember that as a content creator, honestly.
Yeah, Robin. I think Robin, we asked a couple of your questions. If we missed one, I apologize.
Well, it's fair. It's just hard. And thanks, Citizen Sleuth. Yeah, it's really hard to try to think of things in your head to ask Seth, and then try to look over here and see everybody's thing, because the chat, even if it's on 30-second slow mode, it's still not easy for a content creator to keep looking at everyone's questions going down. But I know that, Robin, that I had put the question up that you had asked before. So if there was another question and I didn't see it, but there's a lot of probably people putting up some questions here that I'm not necessarily seeing. Remove. He probably dropped his internet again. I wonder. We'll put this on for a minute. See if he comes back. Actually, what I'll do is let me why is it not letting me edit? I should be able to edit. Oh, I know. It's this one. I think we're on this one. Yeah, I think we're on this one. I don't know why this thing's giving me a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robin. That's a very likely scenario that he lost connection and Sonny got distracted. But it's hard to keep all of those things, going at the same time. So please be patient with us. We appreciate it.
What has Mr. Seth? Did he not say on Terry Lynn's channel that he would leave Sebastian alone for 12 hours at night while he worked? Okay. Oh. I got a cough. Hold on. That went down the wrong pipe. Well, yeah. Maybe he's having, like I said, he was having a little bit of issues there before, and he said that his signal's not that great. Be right back myself, actually. I'm gonna have a couple puffs of my vape and drink some OJ for a second.
Justice Jane says some people were saying that wasn't for sure that was his real Cash App. Yeah, and I'm not.
It is.
Yeah, it is, Justice Jane.
So there's the GoFundMe here. Okay. All you have to do is type in Finding Sebastian, or did Jackie, or who was it that just dropped the link? Thanks, Jackie.
Hey, Jackie. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie. Again, oops, sorry, I keep it in the wrong thing there. And then there's the Cash App as well, which is, and I've seen it posted so many times while Seth has been on a live, that it's, here, let me make that bigger. I would say that the Cash App is probably the best way to go. Here, let me take the branding off. That's probably the best way to go, because that way it goes like, well, Seth actually said like it's not his, it's his like sister's or something, because he actually didn't have a Cash App. And then I know that Pascal told him to make a Venmo. I'm not sure if he did make a Venmo. Godparents, yeah. And it's because he's not the social media person and didn't have all these things. That no need to it. So a lot of people wanted to donate. So there's no sense in changing it up if this has been the consistent one, because we all know what's going to anything to do with Sebastian. And yeah.
Jackie on Super Chat, £10. Thank you.
Sonny, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate. If you guys could hit the like button, that means the most as well. Of course, for sharing and caring, about a case, hitting that share button. I think did I not drop the link again? I thought I dropped it again. Let me drop it again. Thought I just did, but very nice, Jackie. Thank you. I sure do hope that this handsome young man makes. Oh, absolutely. I would love nothing more. By the way, the poll, let's see here. Poll was, do you think Sebastian is still alive? 18 yes, 45 no, undecided 23. Proudfoots are involved 14. Just wanted to see where people's thoughts are with it all. For me personally, kind of like what I've said, is that if there's any case that we've covered so far, Sebastian's is actually the one that I have the most hope in. It's just the circumstances are quite odd, but this is the one where I have the most hope. I know that it never looks good. It never looks good when it's been 42 days. But if I did have hope, it's for Sebastian's, to be honest with you. On there, yeah. CPS is called many times. They are a terrible organization. CPS never addresses the real issues kids are having in America. They show up if you hit a kid. I always find it so frustrating, right? Especially when you hear those stories like, what is that? Goodness. 1 second. It's eluding me. There we go. I don't know why, but the name all of a sudden just Harmony Montgomery case. Talking about a fail in the system. There's tons of cases out there like that, though, and it's always hindsight. Always hindsight, it seems. I'm sure that there's. Yeah. I'm sure that Seth would let us know if he, like in chat that, hey guys, my internet,
Well, yeah, it sounds like his internet might have gone, but
now is there, okay, Adam was is there anything out of all this, let's say if Seth can pop back on, but, the one question I wanted to know about was school access to that. I wanted to ask him about how Sebastian's room kind of was, where was his bed in conjunction to the window? Because I think he's been in the house. I was just kind of trying to get a visual in my head.
yeah, well, I think he said he hasn't been in that house since the GoFundMe thing with his sister.
Right, but he's
but he's been in the house. But I'm so appreciative that he, excuse me, that he did come on, even if he's not able to I hope he comes back, but even if he's not able to, I'm so appreciative that he came on and gave us a little bit of his time.
Yeah. Well, don't tell Seth when I say 10 or 15 minutes or 15 or 20 minutes.
She meant 3 hours.
What I meant was, no, just kidding.
Oh, Shelly, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shelly. Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't know that I've seen your name before in this chat, Shelly. But thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. It's so nice of him to answer any questions because he doesn't have to. He's under no obligation to the man's exhausted, he's emotionally spent, and he's still willing to come up and answer random questions for people on YouTube just to help get the word out and help possibly find his son.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say it enough. Thankful, in all fairness, like he said, he had come into the chat the other day, I kind of had a feeling that he might happen to see this live, and if he did, he did. If he didn't, he didn't. Because I seen this kind of like controversy, being talked about. Well, I'm not drunk, but thanks
Sarah
again.
Dog with Super Chat, $20. Thank you. Thank you for your channel and content.
Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, so again, in front of you, that's a Cash App. Again, that's just more like I said, instant money. We don't have Cash App in Canada, which sucks, or we don't have Venmo either. It's through PayPal. Sorry, PayPal, but you're kind of getting old to me. I want a Cash App here in Canada. I want Venmo. I want Cash App now. But anyways, back to Seth. Again, I'll drop the link. Again, he might, in his home, he's probably going to have a nice smoke is what he's probably going to have, as well. But his internet was kind of acting up, and we asked him about the Wi-Fi. Okay. Regardless, any of his time, we're thankful for. I just, usually I don't like to bug people. I had messaged him like about 3 or 4 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, probably, to the latest number that I saw. I just sent a text message. Now I still don't know if that is the correct number, but it's the number showing as his last. Never received an answer back, but I also don't like to bug people. But I also know that if he has time, that he will go on people's YouTube channels, and I know that, again, either he does or he doesn't. But usually during his downtime is usually when he's on YouTube channels, just to bring awareness. And you know what? By the same token, I would hate to be alone with my thoughts sometimes. So I'm sure
100%.
I'm sure for him, it's like a nice outlet that he's able to talk about Sebastian, bringing awareness to the case. Because honestly, it's either that or keep sitting there thinking about, where is Sebastian? Where else do I look? I felt for him, especially, I feel for him, just that he's even going through this. But just to sit there and, like I said, have to sit there pretty much by yourself. Well, I know his mother, and go ahead.
I was going to say, if you think the emotions that are going through that man's head, if we're seeing an eighth of the emotion that he's allowing us to know, that man has pissed the F off. That he's got to feel helpless. He's got to feel rage. He's got to feel so pissed off. And I understand that. And my heart just breaks for him, because not only will he do anything to find his son, but he's also, he also can't trust that, the people that should also have Sebastian's best interest at heart actually do.
Yeah. Yeah. I know it's hard sometimes when it's not planned, because just like I know when he's been on other shows and it wasn't, say, necessarily planned, that you have all these questions. And then, of course, when you have more time to prepare, because I really wanted him to come back on, because I also wanted, we talk about certain things, but if there's one thing that a lot of times people enjoy talking about when it comes to their kids, like, just about Sebastian even more personally. Well, anyways, we'll see if he comes back on. But anyways, I wanted to hear, more about his time with his dad. And I know that they play Xbox or Nintendo or whatever together and stuff like that. And, fishing and, how he seems to love fishing. Robin Rogers mentioned that as well. On there. So it's nice to see that it's because his parents, I think, are from Texas. Was that right? They're from Texas. Was that where his parents are from, you guys?
Seth?
Yeah. Was it Texas?
I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember. I thought it was.
If Seth is still listening though, I will say my friend Sola did message me and said, please tell Seth that I give him my support and my hopefulness and my undying hope that his son's alive. So
Mm-hmm.
I missed the message my friend sent me earlier, but
Yeah. For Seth made so much sense. Exactly. I know when he said he doesn't know what to do with himself, but do searches and interviews. Absolutely. I mean, right? Because it's kind of one of those things, like I said, as a parent, like, what would you be doing, right? Your whole world is crumbling around you, like, especially, when it's an only child, this is your only child, and you don't know what's happened to him. So when people want to come in here and try to attack Seth, go fuck off, seriously, on there. When this is somebody's only child and they're sitting there doing boots on the ground, that they've had to take a leave from work and stuff like that, or whatever going on exactly with his work. I think it's probably a leave of absence. And then they're doing all that. And then these little crack nuts want to come in here and try to take away from that. Like I said, be in that person's shoes, and then see how it feels. And so many people come on here typing shit and stuff like that. And I'm sorry, I just don't care. This channel is not about clicks and views and how many of that we can get. This is about having respect for the victims' families, especially when I'm talking about the victims' families and stuff like that. Clearly, Seth has an alibi. And people want to sit there and try to preach and judge on stuff like that, right? But it's like, have some respect for this man, because I won't put up with that. We won't put up with that. He's out there doing what every parent should be doing. If somebody wants to condemn him for putting some laundry out there, again, right? Each to their own. Do yourself, let other people do them. But no way in this case am I going to put up with somebody saying something shitty to Seth, in a sense of attacking him about stuff like that. Mm-mm. 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 Nope. Yeah. Elizabeth, what did Robin say? Kiko, that's what I was asking. Someone could have come in after she went to sleep. Yeah. Well, I know you asked that question, but bottom line is he doesn't know the answer.
right. And he did answer part of it when you talked about the cameras, about it being so dark. I think that was the same thing, right?
Well, I was asked. I mean, I asked him about cars in the area on there, but the thing is that just like we don't know, he doesn't know. He can only go by what is being said by, say, Christopher or Katie, because it's not like he's being fed information from TBI. So if he knew if somebody came into the room, then obviously, well, the reason Seth is putting things out of Sebastian's Chris, right, was going to blackmail Seth. Well, he doesn't want anything hanging over his head, which I don't play that game either, And again, like, I can totally relate to Seth for that because that's my personality as well.
Okay.
You're not going to try to blackmail me. Like I said, I just do me. Either you like me or you don't. Do not care. The people that like me, understand that I have a huge heart, care about people, but I'm also can be in your face if you come in my face as well. And I'll be fighting.
And Robin, I'm sorry. I guess that was about the trash can. I apologize.
Well, yeah, the trash can. Well, the bottom line is at the end of the day, so I read out the question right, and maybe he hadn't have answered it directly. So my apologies on that, Robin. But I mean, he's over and over again still said, just like he doesn't know if he went out the front door, a window, or whatever. It's all stuff that he doesn't know. He simply doesn't know. Could it have happened? Again, all of us only know what Katie and Chris are putting out there. that's the only thing we can go by, right? And then that's if you believe them or not. But that's the only thing that we can have for as close as to this, right? The flashlight. Like I said, it was brought up the one time for sure. Why wasn't it brought up again? Thank you for subscribing, everybody. What is his Cash App is right there on the screen, Jason. It's right there. $TMB Fleming. Okay. Yeah, you can scan that too. Yeah. If anybody has a few extra bucks that they can part with, just scan that app right there. Send Seth a few extra bucks. Doesn't matter if it's $2, $1. I think some people said a penny. No, don't not a penny, people.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
So I need to get going in a few minutes. I don't know
Yeah.
how long you want to stay on.
Well, I was just waiting. I mean, I was gonna stay on a little bit longer, but I mean, I don't have actually. Let me hold on. Entertain people just for one more moment. I'm just gonna. Seth, if you can hear this, and I think that Seth would say something if he could hear this, unless he's just like, you know what, I'm bailing. Good, thanks, guys. No, just kidding. I'm just gonna message him if to that number that I have just to see if it is, you know.
Okay.
Like, give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're fine. Let me see here. Terry Dean says, Seth is the only parent I haven't seen dragged through the mud. Those that are waiting for the real evidence instead of hearsay assume innocence of all of the family members. Then Jason says, caught Katie in a lie. How can she hear Sebastian when her room is next to the kitchen and Sebastian's room and Faith is on the other side of the house? Well, Jason, I believe she said she was in the living room. So I think that's how she would have heard him, but it's a good question. Mo says, Terry, they are all suspects until it's resolved, regardless of public opinion. Sometimes those who cry the most have the most to hide. And then Robin says, well, if it's dark to pick up someone on camera, it gives me hope that someone could have taken him and he's still alive. And I agree, Robin. And because I want those questions answered about the cameras just as much as you do. If Seth even knows the answer to it. Because that's my biggest thing, that, you know, I have hope that Sebastian's alive. My biggest worry is that he's not seen on camera anywhere. So if it's just the fact that it's so dark, he could be missed on camera, that would help give me even more hope. So I would like that that answered as well. No, I'm not singing. I'm not dancing. Sorry, Steph. Sorry, Jackie. That won't be happening. B and D, can I come up? I don't know who you are, B and D. What would you like to come up for? That would probably be my first question. Elizabeth says, we the people, though, aren't the court. There's courts of opinion, and mine may not be everyone's, and that's okay. Hey, absolutely. B&D again says, can I come up? Or can I come? Well, who are you, and why do you want to come up? That's all I'm curious about. What do you want? What do you have to say?
We don't just let anybody come up on this panel.
That's why I asked.
Yeah. So we're not like one of those call-in shows type of thing and stuff like that, or let people come up because we don't know if you're a troll or not, or if you're just an actual good person that wants.
That's why I said, who are you and why do you want to come up?
Yeah. Who are you and what do you want?
Are you Katie Proudfoot?
Yeah, if you're Katie Proudfoot, yeah, come on up, come on down. Yeah, Chris.
Um,
I'm gonna drop the link.
Robin, that's why I asked, because I heard him say the camera wouldn't pick someone up. And again, yeah, and I would like that I would like to know the answer to that too. If Seth even knows the answer to that, to be honest.
Seth. Yeah. That link's for Seth if he happens to be able to join again, or maybe not. But and Seth, if you hear this part of it, hold on, let me put our brand back up there.
All right. And exactly. Who goes there?
I'll put it in the thing. Hold on. Email. Because maybe there's another time he could come up, and then I can be prepared. When you have, are you drinking?
What?
Are you drinking? Is that a bottle clash in there?
That was not.
At gmail.com. Okay, I'm just going to put this for Seth in case he does happen to see this at some point. Just because I don't have a response back from that number, so that number might not be from him or his number still. Because I'm pretty sure he probably would have answered back and said, like it is. So maybe that. I was just going by the latest number, and somebody had sent me the information as well, but it was still the same number. But anyways, yeah. Right. So, maybe go ahead.
I just, again, I agree with Robin. I agree about the camera thing. If it's confirmed that it's too dark to actually know whether or not someone's leaving the house, that would give me more hope. We just don't know the answer to that.
Mm-hmm. It's Solar Sunday, so nobody will blame you if you want to celebrate. Yeah, what are you going to do? Okay, the thing tomorrow is the ellipse, I guess.
Solar eclipse.
So, well, my husband said it's not a solar eclipse. I'm pretty sure he said, no, it's an ellipse because it's not a full I don't know.
Well, it depends where you are. If you're in Indiana, it's a total eclipse.
We only see a partial of it. Mm-hmm.
Right. I think we see only like 90% here in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. I noticed when Seth was talking about Sebastian, and yeah, right. I guess it depends where you live, right? Wait, no, James Baker, you can't come on. Somebody's trying to come on with the link. Yeah, don't know who you are, bud. Well, he's showing his face. Well, maybe we'll give you a second.
I was able, because I need to go pretty soon. So.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, wait.
Escapade with license for setting up a GoPro.
Hey, right. That's kind of where. Hold on, you got your thing planned. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong. James Baker, you got your thing planned. Yeah.
Long sleeve shirt.
You got to turn off your thing. So not hearing you.
A lot of people don't even feel like.
Can you mute your YouTube?
After that,
James, you got to mute your YouTube.
Let's see. If the trash, Sherry says, if the trash video was taken, then.
There you go.
Did he do it?
It'd be checked. Okay.
No, I can hear myself.
Oh.
Okay.
I knew that on track time.
Okay, well, gonna have to kick from studio. Kick guest. Sorry, James Baker. You had your YouTube playing the whole time. You have to turn that off.
Yeah, and the camera angle was getting a little scary there.
On there. What was I just gonna say? Yeah, I know. I was looking at that too. I was going, camera angle. the heck's going on there? But anyways, yeah, well, like I said, maybe if Seth has time, because to come on another time if he has, whenever he has availability. Invite. I'm pretty sure
And we could always even do a pre-record at whatever time he's available at. So
yeah. I think he just typically does lives.
Well, yeah, I mean,
well, in all fairness, who wants to do a pre-record? Not me.
I love pre-records.
People want to do lives where they hear feedback and their questions asked then and there.
See, not me. I'm like, I love pre-records.
Let's
pre-record. Let's edit out the silence. Let's edit out the ums.
And then, no, actually, what was so funny? My husband, I don't usually do this, but I was actually playing back one of the Sebastian lives from the other night. And my husband goes, how many times are you going to say, Right. And that's actually, you know what it was? It was when Seth was in the chat, and I was in my head, I was like, okay, is that Seth? And I'm talking, but then I'm like, maybe it's not even him, and maybe it's a troll. Okay, let me go look, and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay, let's try again. Hold on.
Right.
We would have heard him.
James, you need to turn off your YouTube video.
And then when Katie turns to him, Seth.
Okay, so he doesn't get it, obviously. James, we can hear your YouTube video playing in the background. Yeah. Yeah, like when I do this, when I unmute you, you have to turn off.
Well, it depends, because it depends on, depending on who you look.
Yeah. Maybe I don't know if you go on lives very much, but you literally I can hear our live playing on YouTube in the background. So whenever you come on the StreamYard, you have to mute that so you can only hear yourself here. If that makes sense. We like to talk to you all live. Absolutely.
Let's try him again.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
That's just like.
Nope.
No. James, you have YouTube playing right now.
It's playing somewhere.
Yeah.
On a screen that you're not in.
Yeah. When you're in StreamYard, you have to mute the YouTube. You can follow it in the chat still, but you have to mute the YouTube. Let me try.
Yeah, I just want to speak. I just want to speak on a few things.
Well,
okay.
No, I have. James, I can't really talk to you because you have YouTube playing in the background.
I know. I'm going to try to fix it.
Okay, so you have a window open. So it's really so sorry for the people watching. They're gonna.
I know. I understand.
Okay. So when I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay, honey, do you need me? Husband? Oh, my husband came in here. No, we don't have like a number that we do.
Yeah.
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 We don't. We have we have a number that we got a long time ago, but we don't ever use it on there. But the thing is,
that works for like one day.
Okay. But the bottom line is, sorry, James, but again, sorry, James, but the thing is that every time I take you off of mic to hear you, all I can hear is the YouTube video. So you might only have a few questions to ask, but the thing is that for us to try to talk and then have your YouTube playing in the background is just not going to work. So you need to fix that. You obviously have a tab open that is playing YouTube on this live right now. That's how you fix it. You find it, you mute it, and then that way it doesn't interfere with StreamYard and talking on here. Right. So if you can do that, let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Did you fix it?
Trying to.
Well, it sounds better now. I'm not hearing the feedback from our live.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah, let's try that. So
Yeah,
what?
I think that's working there, James.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So James? What is it that you'd like? Were you the person in chat that was called K, whatever it was?
No.
Oh, okay. What is it that you would like to say?
No, I just wanted to come up for a minute. You were talking about the lights?
Likes?
Yeah, a few minutes ago you were talking about the lights.
What about it?
That's definitely two people in that light.
Oh, in the light.
Oh yeah, okay.
You know that black screen?
Yeah, the one that the Ellie showed.
In the
Yeah,
flashlight
just a short
video.
one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's beyond them lights. I don't know if there's a garbage truck or whatever. But what got me, one light went outside of one screen, and the other light went back to the house and
Well,
disappeared.
That's interesting.
well, I would say that that's more. Go ahead.
I did this for 30 years. I can't hear you, Neil.
That's okay. No, I'm just listening.
Okay,
to
okay, gotcha.
Okay, so you said you've been doing it for 30 years. And so, okay, but so again, James, let me ask you this. If TBI has said that they've saw the whole video and you're only seeing a cutout of the video that was shown, and that TBI has shown Seth Rogers and that they've shown Christopher Proudfoot the video, and that it is not flashlights, and the TBI is saying it, Seth is saying it, Christopher Proudfoot saying it. So why would you still think that it's flashlights? I get it if you're trying to say that something's moving, but don't you think that perhaps if a light is behind a tree, or that part of the light is behind a tree, it's gonna maybe hit in front of that tree and take out that light, and more of an optic, like, you know how sometimes what you see.
Can I touch on that?
Yeah.
It seems to be like a small LED light that doesn't shine out. It's just barely in front of you, like.
Okay. But go ahead.
I was a couple people in chat are asking, James, did you call into Dolly earlier today?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, yes, he did.
But my phone was crackling up there.
Okay. So on that one, I mean, the thing is that if you have three people that are involved in the case and they all say that it's not flashlights, why would you still think it's flashlights?
Well, I studied it.
Yeah.
It's definitely two people.
But you don't even see anybody.
Oh.
Like, I mean, I stare at videos all the time, and I've looked at that video multiple times before TBI came out and said that they didn't even say like it was garbage truck. It was Seth Rogers that said, but I mean, what would make you think that TBI, that Seth Rogers and Christopher Proudfoot are lying if they say that they've seen the clip, and if they watch the actual bigger version of it, it's not what you think it is. And Seth actually is the one that actually came out and said it was a garbage truck. TBI didn't tell us that, but they said it has no evidentiary value and that people didn't see the larger picture. So that's what I'm saying. So what makes you said you studied it? I can sit there and say I studied it too. And at the time I thought, okay, that this is plausible, that this is flashlights. But once the three people that are actually involved in the case said that it's not, I think I wouldn't think about that anymore, to be honest, because
do you really think if that's relevant to the case?
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Well, no, I don't think that the video is irrelevant, at the garbage.
That's what they're saying, right?
Who's saying that?
They didn't want that video out.
Why? Well, no, well, the thing is that look what it's done. If it's not flashlights, now people are thinking it is. When even Seth Rogers has, like, Seth Rogers, let me clearly state this. So Seth Rogers said that not only did they show him the video at nighttime, they also showed him the exact position during the day so that he could be certain to know that it was the garbage truck and it wasn't flashlights. So they showed him the position of the lights in the daytime to the nighttime of where the garbage truck was at to show him so that he would leave feeling in no uncertain terms that this was a garbage truck. So if Seth himself is saying that, then why? That would be like saying, well, I don't believe what they're saying because I believe that it is flashlights. But
No, I never said flashlights. The
well, you're
small little,
saying lights.
like something that you would use to find your, like, say, key lock on your car door. They're they don't shine way out. They don't shine out. It's just a blurry LED light, just enough, like, in your face, like, well, not even in your face because it's pointing out. A small LED light doesn't shine out. But if they showed Seth the whole video and he's seen the garbage truck, that's a different point. But they're saying it's not relevant to the case now.
Well, the thing was what they said was that no video that has been produced thus far has any evidentiary value to them. Right. So that means that everything that they have received has shown nothing right now.
They're not going to tell you that.
No, exactly. They're not going to tell you that. But, well, no, they're going to tell you what they did, which was that, you know what? There's this big flashlight video that's trending around the internet. So let's kind of nip that one in the bud and let people know that no evidentiary value has come from any of the videos out there at this point in time. Now, does that mean that that garbage truck might have anything at all in the future to do with Sebastian Rogers missing? Who knows? But at the time, they're saying that there's nothing to connect or to show that the garbage truck had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. But is it plausible it could come play out in the future? Correct. But is it flashlights or is it lights? No, it's not. Because I would have to then say that Christopher Proudfoot, TBI, and Seth Rogers are all lying to me in order to believe that. And I don't. I believe that.
Can you get Seth back up?
Well, I can't.
Okay. No, it's all right.
I mean, like, I've dropped the link for him, and maybe his internet's down. Because I think that he would come into chat and say that, hey, sorry, my internet's been down, something like that. So again, hopefully I can connect with him at another time, because I would love to talk to him more about Sebastian himself, and stuff like that. But unfortunately, not now. There's going to be
James. You have a couple of people in the chat definitely agreeing with you.
Yeah, there's people that agree with you. And again, so James, whatever your thoughts for this case, that's totally up to you. So besides the light one, James, again, what else did you say? You said you had a couple things that you wanted to talk about.
First, Katie said there was no cameras in the house.
Actually, it wasn't Katie. It was Christopher Proudfoot said that. I remember it.
There was no cameras in the house. There was no cameras outside the house.
Right.
Well, Katie did say that on Nancy Grace. Are you referring to Nancy Grace?
No, it wasn't on Nancy Grace.
Okay, because there wasn't. Go ahead.
all the time there's Sebastian's name mentioned, it pops up on my big screen, and I see them all the interviews and that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
Well,
took all of them
sure.
and compiled them.
Compiled them. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. I'm still here.
There was 3 different things said about the belt too. There was one whack. He whacked him because he wasn't wearing a belt. He whacked him and he didn't know. Another interview, he whacked him twice. He went whack, whack.
Right.
Right. Okay, so the person just responded saying no, that this wasn't Seth Rogers to that phone number.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, so sorry about that, James. Okay, so wait. So we talking about the whacking part.
Yeah.
What was?
There's
Okay.
3 interviews on that.
Yeah. Can we ask James what he did? James, what did you do for 30 years? Someone's asking.
I'd rather not say.
Okay. Auntie Ree?
I'm not around there. I'm doing this from home right now.
Yeah. So okay. So what was it about the whacking that? Sorry, what was the point that you were making about that? Just that Christopher Proudfoot.
He only whacked him once, one
Right.
interview.
He said once, right?
And then he whacked him because he wasn't wearing his belt. Did you hear that one?
Yeah, just heard. Yeah.
No, did you hear it before?
You know what? That one I don't recall that being said, but it's not to say that it didn't happen.
Well, he did. It was said.
Do you remember which interview? Well, I mean, do you remember which one it was from or no? I just remember two
I
distinct.
have them marked down in the office, but not on me right now. No, I'm
No
just
problem.
trying to pick ones that I'm.
Well, so basically, at the end of the day, are you saying Chris Proudfoot's a liar, which he seems like is lying about stuff? He's like basically double talking himself.
Yeah, in every interview.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done that quite a bit with the lie detector test, and he's done that with the CPS, and so absolutely on that one.
Like this. Yeah, he's lying about the CPS, but I know nothing about it. I'm not from around there, mind you. I'm nowhere around there. I know none of them. I don't know Seth. All Seth got to do is look at me with the big beard on. I don't know Seth.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody up there.
Okay. So you're just following the case because you care about it, eh?
Well, I never did a case online before, so I thought I would just I'd follow it, compile my information, and just
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I do too, you know. I mean, Katie and Christopher have done 6 interviews that I'm pretty sure that's. I don't know of any others. They did Duchess.
No, there's more than that.
Well, okay, they did Duchess. They did WSMV. They did Caitlin Miller. Fox 17 was their 3rd interview. They did God, what's my order? There's what's after that one? Oh, they did Chronicles of Olivia. Then they did Smiley's World. And I think that they were on another one that I didn't know about, because I remember Smiley's World said that they were on a podcast where Chris is like, do a live on your channel. I want to come up there. So there's probably another one in there. And then they did Nancy Grace.
No, there's more than that.
Can I ask James? You don't have to answer this, but are you retired police?
I'm not going to answer it.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Are you FBI?
Yeah.
Not going to answer it.
I didn't say U.S. police.
Yeah. Anyways,
I'm not in U.S.
no, you're not in the US.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, anything else that you wanted to bring up?
Just trying to think of stuff off the top of my head.
Sherry says, "Are you a retired criminal?"
Yeah, I'm a retired criminal. No, not exactly. Or I wouldn't be in the position I'm in.
Okay. Well, just because we are going to head off soon, so do you have any final thought you'd like to say there, James, about Sebastian's case?
I would say he's still alive.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So there we go. So well, you know what? So let's quickly ask you that, James. What do you think, knowing that you've compiled, like I said, your information? What do you think happened with Sebastian? And do you believe in the timeline about 12 to 6?
Well, looking at Mr. Proudfoot,
Mm-hmm.
and he specifically stated out it takes 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Ah, good memory there. Yep.
Good memory.
That statement stuck out, so you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
What else?
But you believe that Sebastian, though, like, okay, so if you believe he's alive, there's only a couple scenarios that could be possible, really.
Yes, he was taken.
So do you believe he was taken by a family member, a teacher, perhaps, a pedo? Who do you believe he would be taken by?
I'd say he was passed off. He was getting in the way, or it was either due with financial trouble or.
But don't you think that would be more that then they would maybe had something to do with him not being alive? Saying that, you think?
No.
Like, I mean, I can't. If he was in, well, I'm just kind of thinking like in a scenario where that perhaps they would hide him because he was getting in the way. Like it seems more like that they would more or less like take his life if that was the case. Not so much go here. You know what? He's bugging us. You family member, take him. I mean, could be. We don't know.
Yeah, but people weren't expected to blow up this high.
Mm-hmm. Patricia says, "Ask James if he was in the Garda." What's that? What's
the
Garda?
Irish police?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I think they're still trying to figure out like where you're from or something.
That's right.
How could anyone make money
Yeah.
from your missing child aside from donations?
I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have any of that.
Mm-hmm. So okay, so what is it about this case then, James? That like, so do you watch true crime in general?
No, not really.
No.
All I do is I just watch all the interviews.
So what did you see? Like what with this case? What did you see first that you were like, oh, this is an interesting case?
Oh, I can't remember what I seen first.
Okay, but like meaning like for you to even follow this case, like so meaning what propelled you to keep following it? Did you find that it intriguing? Like if you don't follow true crime really, you know, where did you like what made you say come up here and talk about it or compile all the information?
I'm trying to answer it, but I'm trying not to let out too much.
I know. I can tell. Yeah. Why are you so secretive, James? Why you like you're obviously trying not to
You let James be as secretive as he wants to be.
Oh, he can be as secretive as he wants to be. That's for sure. But there's a reason why people do that. So why? So what is it that's preventing you from just saying like even what country you're in?
All I can say is I'm in Canada.
Okay, so you're in Canada. Okay. Do you live? Are you my next door neighbor?
I don't know where you are.
Vancouver.
Oh,
she's-
right. You're
She's
in
BC.
I'm in Cape Breton.
Oh, you're over in Cape Breton. Ah, so you're from East Coast.
Way down.
Way down. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So okay, Canada guys, East Side. Okay. So you're a lot closer over there to Indiana, that side straight down. But anyways, so yeah. So like, if you're not in true crime, what's propelling you to follow this case?
Well, as soon as you turn it on, it's all over the place.
Well, that's the whole point. What we want, don't we? We want it to be everywhere to bring awareness. So that's a good thing.
So there, I just decided to. I've been off for a year, so due to a death.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I didn't come up here for sorries.
Yeah.
But I apologize or appreciate it.
Okay, hold on. We have Charmaine, who's a Canadian. She's been up here on our channel, of course, a lot.
And
She
she
says
thinks she thinks she's a really good sleuther.
Well, this is what I don't understand because Cape Breton is in Nova Scotia. So I'm confused why she's saying Newfoundland.
No.
Is there a Cape Breton in Newfoundland?
I can see the Newfoundland Ferry. From the
Okay.
house.
My ex-husband is my ex-husband that I was with my son is from Newfoundland.
I'm going to mute myself because I've got to get going in just a minute.
Yes. Okay.
And another thing. Oh, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead.
Chris said he didn't come home till he was home. He was away for a month, right?
Whether he was gone for a month, basically.
Isn't that what the word is out there?
Well, he said, Christopher and Katie, that February 1st is when. So he had obviously been at that job prior. So on Nancy Grace, he's like, so you mean when I first started? And then he said, yeah, he's been home a few times, but up until February 1st, he hadn't been back home till February 26th, when, about the phone call for Sebastian, according to them.
Well, that's not what I heard. He was home twice in February.
No, actually, if you listen to that interview again, that's on Nancy Grace, James. If you actually listen to that interview, he said he had been home and he was talking from January, not February, because it was a little bit confusing. Because at first I was like, wait, hold on. Let me go re-listen to that. Because at first I was like, well, dude, you mean you were home a couple times, but yet you said you weren't home till from the first till whatever. But actually, so that's from Nancy Grace. If you go listen to it again, he actually does not say February. He says January he was home a couple of times. And then from February 1st to February 26th, he was gone. So, and he hadn't been home during that time. So I can understand why you're saying that. But that would be mishearing information.
I could have swore he said.
Well, it's in the Nancy Grace one, because that's where they were talking about it. So maybe go listen to that again, the Nancy Grace episode with them on it, and listen to that part again, because I understand the confusion myself, because at first I thought the same thing. And then because that's why Chris kind of clarified, meaning like, well, like as if like I've been at this job site since in January. So yes, I've been home a couple times, but as of February, I was away from the first, basically the beginning of February, even though he had already stated February 1st before, till February 26th.
Mm-hmm.
So my mind went the same place as yours. And then I re-listened to that part because I wanted to hear that again. And then I realized, yes, he was saying that he had been home a couple times in January, not February.
I've been wrong before.
Well, you could be wrong this time. I'm pretty sure that only because I specifically went back to this part that you're talking about, because in my ears, I kind of thought that I heard the same thing. But then when he kind of repeated it back to Nancy, and he's like, okay, so you're talking about when I first left type of thing. And then he goes, yeah, well, I was, been home a couple times. And then, but anyways, just go listen to it back. Because obviously if you're collecting information, then, I mean, like I said, it's easy enough to go back to her interview with him for where he said that, just to clarify for your own self so that, going forward, obviously, that's not sitting on your brain going, wait, that's what I do. When I can't remember something, I try to go find it again because I want to be accurate as best as I can with my information.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Yeah, just like you do.
I usually study them, like go over them 3 or 4 times, and pull it out and pull.
Yeah. Adam, if you need to go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I do have to run. James, I'm interested in everything you're saying though, and I'm gonna keep listening. But I've got something I'm already late for now. But I do appreciate it, and I will see everyone later.
Okay, brother. Take care.
Bye.
Okay. Just give me a second, and I will see if I can find that.
Sure.
1 second here.
I can't see you, but
no, not yet. I just got my thing off. I'm just on a different.
No. I just folded everything, and it's not. I'm not getting the picture here. I'm just getting a desktop. I'm still watching on TV.
No, but it will just play sound anyway. Nancy Grace. Okay. So you got a phone ring in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just mute yourself if you need to answer it. I don't want the do. Why can't I find? Okay. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second, guys, and I'll just going to mute myself for a moment. Okay, James? I'm just going to see if I can find that part quickly.
All right. I just got to step away for a second anyway.
Yeah, no problem. You guys, I'm just trying to find that part. Good night, guys, who's ever leaving. Unless anyone could tell me quickly what time it's at, because it's like I've listened to it, but she asks him about the thing and he says 3 hours and 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep. But it's kind of a little bit later, I think, in the episode when she asks him that. So I'm just trying to scan the video of when that is. whenever I'm on the crunch, it's always, you know what I mean? You're trying to find it fast and never usually works out that way. So just give me another moment, okay, James?
No problem.
Okay. Okay, I think I found the spot here. Okay. It should be about this time. Yeah, Wednesday he takes the polygraph. For anyone that's coming in, Wednesday is when he said he takes the polygraph. Tomorrow he goes and gets his shoulder checked out. But anyways, let me play this part right here. I think this is it.
And could I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
It would just be in a sec.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Profit, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
James, yeah, so that is what he said there. That he had been back home a few times prior to February. And that's when he said he left February and then at the came back February 26th, because he said when he initially went to the job. Does that make sense to you now?
Yep.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why I went back and listened to that as well, because at first I thought, wait, what do you mean? Like, is this another? No, he said no exact dates, but he clearly said that he had been back home a couple times prior to February. So we'll play that one more time for people.
Sam, he's gone. You say he's never left. And Mr. Profit, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Oh, this must be after the fact.
Had you visited home since you left?
Okay, here we go.
You said from when I initially left?
Initially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates.
Yeah.
But I had been home multiple times prior to February.
Prior to February.
Prior. No.
I left early February and then did.
And they have said February, like they didn't say February 1st. I don't believe in this interview. They might have, but they did say February 1st. I remember that being said by Christopher Prophet. But I think when he said February 1st, it was on, maybe it was the Smiley's World. But but so they say early February, but they actually said February 1st. But anyways, prior to, and then again, James, that's why I personally went back and listened to it, because I wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. Because I was just like, Chris, kind of like you passed the polygraph test, dude. The one, oh, but on Nancy, no, you didn't. And I mean, I think he's all about trying to save his face more so. That's how I take Chris, that he's too busy and his ego, but he's trying to save face to the public, to the public opinion about him. And the more he opens his mouth to me, the more damage he does.
Well, the more he hears that there's they don't suspect any foul play, and
Right.
apparently nobody's being investigated. Crap. He's in his comfort zone.
Right.
You
Yeah.
look at his first interviews, and you look at when he feels that he's in the clear,
Yeah.
in his comfort zone.
Yeah. Mhm.
And that's the whole gig for law enforcement. That's why they do it. They don't keep bringing you in.
Yeah.
They'll do a interview,
Yeah.
and they'll just come out with that stuff.
Yeah.
Let it go,
Mhm.
and then they let them talk.
Exactly. They let them say whatever they want, pretty much.
And then they'll bring them in. They'll have a normal conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and then they slip up. Well,
Right.
they're slipping up now.
Well, that's just it, right? Because when they've said, James, that there's no foul play at this time, like, so the guy Braddock or Craddock, I think it is, had said, like, basically to say, like, look, sleuths, at this time there's nothing to show there's foul play at this, but the
Correct, at this time.
yeah, but the female said that nobody has been cleared, that all options are still open, and that at this time. So that doesn't mean that in the future that there could be some charges laid. Maybe not, maybe there will be, but right, let them open up their mouths regardless and say stuff, because if it's truthful, you got nothing to hide, right? If it's false, you literally now have put yourself to that evidence of what you said, and that can be used against you in the court of law, for so stuff like that. So it's like, right, if you had something to do with it and you're on YouTube, opening and talking up and stuff like that, like I said, that's all stuff that's going to be used against you if you did have any involvement. And if they didn't, right, then so be it, they didn't. But it's at this time, and people kind of keep saying, well, they're saying that there's no foul play. No, that's not, they said that, yeah, at this time, so it doesn't mean that in the future there might, they just, don't you get the feeling, James, that they literally don't have inkling what happened to Sebastian? Don't you think that they seem kind of kerfuffled as well, what happened to Sebastian? Do you think that do you think that there's something there that they're still not sharing with us, and they might have some knowledge? What do you think?
I know Katie looks traumatized and probably on something. That's probably how she passed her test.
Well, do you feel like Kate, regardless, Christopher Proudfoot, regardless, like, to me, if he didn't have anything to do with it, regardless, he's basically he's kind of like a dick, is what he is. And that's just calling a personality. Like, if I was to deem his personality, I would say comes across like a dick somewhat, for sure. Just that person that just is, opens up his mouth too much, but he's not coming across as kind, caring, and sweet. He just comes across like he's controlling, a bit arrogant, ego says he doesn't care, but yet he obviously does care about the public's opinion, and he's taken a lot of backlash for that. Do you think that Katie or Christopher Proudfoot? Well, first of all, do you think that Katie is being sincere in her emotions? You said she's traumatized, so
Yeah, she looks very worried. Very.
so you think she is more sincere, like in her emotions, what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. That's where my mindset has been. Regardless of how I feel about what they're doing with regards to their of Katie's son's case and how they're projecting and how they're being projected, I do feel like her sincerity is there. I look at her eyes, the tears, the way that she's just when she said numb, that's the exact word I had used as well. When you're just numb, you don't know what to think or do. Now, I that to me is different than how they're presented as what they're doing for her son's case, because that personally, what I'm seeing is I'd be like Seth that same way. I'd be like vocal out there. I'd give you the entire freaking timeline minute by minute if somebody wanted to hear that. So that part's frustrating to me. But what about Christopher Proudfoot? So do you think Katie or Christopher had any involvement in the disappearance at this time? Or that it's just really they don't look so hot in the public opinion?
Well, they're sure not making herself look good.
Nope, they're not. Oh, now I can hear your accent. Now I can hear that Eastern accent. My ex-husband didn't really have a Newfoundland accent, too harsh. You could tell it, but in certain words he spoke, then you could hear it. But it's not unlike his brother, because when his brother and his mom and that, they would have a harsher Newfie accent. But I just heard your accent there more so when you spoke.
No, I don't have a Newfoundland accent.
No. But but what I'm saying is that you don't have a strong accent. If you're from Nova Scotia, you don't have a strong accent. But just then when you spoke, I could hear your Eastern accent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because if you're New Brunswick, you'd say, "How you doing, bye? How you doing, bye?" Do you say that? Do you guys say that over there too? How you doing, bye? If
No,
you're just,
we don't say that.
Yeah, okay. And then my ex-husband would say, "Where are you going to? Where are you at?" I always said that Newfoundlanders spoke like backwards English because it was almost like using words in backwards, how they would say a question like, "Where are you going to?" But it was I don't know, "Where are you at?" Type of thing. So I was yeah. But
I
anyways,
follow you.
yeah. So okay, so did you answer actually that? Did you answer my question on that? Do you feel like there was any involvement? Did you answer that? Just gut feeling, right? Gut feeling and facts.
It seems she knows where her son is at. Or, I mean, maybe she don't know where her son's at.
Right. Yeah, I get the feeling like James, you're
But she
confused.
knows he's still alive.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Kind of like
Yeah.
she got pushed into it. That's what comes up to me. Like, I don't know how the laws are up there. I don't know what's what. I'm only looking at faces.
Right.
The emotion, the eyes, the forehead, the way they talk.
Right.
the lips, the swallowing, the you know,
Ah,
the looking down, like all the different things that you have to look at.
yeah, like a profiler type of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Um, Same, right? So, what do you think of something when Christopher Proudfoot said, "Well, if he would have went out the window." Okay, so let me go back actually before I say that. Uh, Katie and Christopher Proudfoot, they seems very insistent that hi Kathy, that he went out the front door, that he like ran away. Like that's what it seems to be like. That that seems to be their line of thought is that he left. Went out the front door. Why he did it, they don't know. Katie says, I've been thinking about that for weeks now. Um, so it's almost like, yeah,
That's
Katie.
why. Go
Mhm.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
That's why I brought up about flashlights.
Okay. Right, right. Okay. And honestly,
Or not flashlights, sorry.
the lights, the
The
lights.
little,
Keychain light or something.
yeah, something
Mm.
like that, yeah.
Right. And that was all, honestly, like that was all fine and dandy for me. And I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense. Katie said flashlight, this could be like flashlights. Nick Perez put it out, and, obviously it's coming from the home of 1001 Stratford. The camera angle he's talking about. And you could tell that by his video, but people kept insisting it was from the back house behind him when it wasn't, because even in his video, he's literally showing the angle from the 101 house on Stratford. Now, that was all fine and dandy to me about looking at that video up until that TBI, but not, it wasn't just the TBI that did it. It was the fact that TBI and Christopher Proudfoot and Seth Rogers each individually talked about that video, and had seen, well, obviously the TBI, but had seen the bigger version of it. But we only get the little crop version that somebody is trying to show as flashlights, but we're not seeing the full video like what they're saying. So up until that point, then I was like, okay, well, this is just obviously like, I don't want to say that obviously it's a waste of time, because like what we were talking about earlier is that regardless if it's a garbage truck, let's say versus lights, that it could still have meaning somewhere. Like it could still have meaning regardless. Like meaning it's something that to me I put off to the side and I still remember about it, but I don't have that same feeling about that video anymore because 3 people that have seen the video.
Oh, okay. What you're talking about the video that's circulating?
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay, why would one light come in one side, the other light comes in?
well, that's just the thing.
It's
This
a
whole
sort of a meet, and then one person goes off screen, and then comes back on. Then, I'd have to see it again to know
I
exactly.
know. I was just going to try to pull it up here.
Okay, but anyway, one goes off the screen to the right, the other one goes off the screen up to the left.
Well, the one thing I will say, I'm just going to, Sebastian.
So it's definitely, whether it's members of the trash truck,
We begin with
Okay.
it still doesn't match up.
I get what you're saying. Because I was, go ahead.
If both of them were going to the trash truck, why do one leave off of one end of the screen, one left off the other end of the screen, back towards the house?
Well, this is what I'm going to say, because I went back to look at that video again, and I get it. I get what you're telling me, James. I do. And I'm going to play that video in just a second. So I get what you're saying to me, because in my head, when I went back to it, I'm like, garbage truck. Well, oh, okay. These lights, okay. But then I think to myself, as much as I love looking at videos and pictures, that illusion to the eye of what's actually we're seeing versus what's actually happening can be totally two different things. So
I
like,
understand that
yeah. And so
100%.
yeah, and so that's why I'm like, okay, so let me try to put, like, obviously I'm going, okay, where's this information coming from? It's coming from TBI, it's coming from Christopher, and it's coming from Seth. So that has the biggest value to me right there. Now, Nick Perez, which I had messaged and said, hey, this was weeks ago now, but I said, hey, Nick, I mean, they're saying that it's a garbage truck. And he said something like, I don't buy it or whatever. Now, obviously, Nick Perez has maybe talked to the owner of this home, or wherever he got this video footage from, and he'll know his point of view from this whole thing. So he's like, I don't buy it, right? And I'm just like, for me, I'm just like, okay, I got 3 people that are to do with the case, literally. Even if Seth and Christopher are on opposite sides of not talking or the fence, they're all still saying the same thing, that that's not any sort of lights. But Chris never said exactly what it was. Seth Rogers did. And then TBI, of course, said it had no evidentiary value. So but it all sounded good at first to me because of the little flashlight. Oh, okay. So is somebody helping him, but because it's dark and there's not really, like, there's cameras, but there's a lot of places where you could almost go without being even seen, really. But then when that came out about everyone saying that it wasn't from those 3 people, I was like, okay, well, I'm not one of those ones, a glutton for punishment. I try to look still like you did. And so let me play that part of the video. So I'll make this bigger. I'll take us off screen. I'll take the branding banner off for a second here. Brand. Okay. And let me just go to that part of the video. Okay. Well, let's just watch it out here.
February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area.
Did you stop it?
Sorry, I was talking, but I guess I was muted. Sorry, I was playing it. So I was going to say, so you see this angle, right? So this is the angle, but it's not, say, the correct angle, but this is the angle from the home of 1001 Stratford, okay?
Okay.
So that would be in the very bottom left-hand corner, but he doesn't show that because obviously they're probably like, you know what I mean? They're showing the angle, but they're not actually showing the house, but the house would be right in the bottom left-hand corner. But the camera actually isn't facing that way. No, it's facing, I'll show it in a second. So I'll play out the video, but that's just for anyone watching that's kind of a view as what they're trying to say about those lights, but that angle isn't actually correct. But I'll play out the video still.
But remember what I said about the lights disappearing. Yes. Just watch that.
Okay, so I'll continue playing.
In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant.
Let's watch
This
that again.
then subject 2 reobscured by bushes. Reappear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured. You see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much.
Okay. So, in saying that, okay. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, because it's like this light's here, this light's here. Then it's like goes, and then all of a sudden it's like you see this light going backwards. But this is where I'm wondering if it's because in our head we're thinking it's like lights of some sort. And in my head I'm trying to think to myself, okay, Seth said that they showed him the entire picture, and they showed him it in the daytime. So let's go over to I think, where's my Google? Right here. I think this is it. Okay. Let's just go present this. And sorry, guys, if I can't really pay attention to chat too much as I'm up here, because I know people are trying to say things like, can you ask James something or this or that? But I'll have to come back to that. Okay. So
I'm way behind on the chat.
yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Okay. So let's go to here on Google Earth. Okay. So we see the camera, and the camera is right here. And then you said you can't see the screen, right?
No, I'm watching on the TV, but it's behind. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I see that camera.
Okay.
Up
So
in the corner.
sure. Okay. So let me go back to it. So you see, this is the camera here. Now, if you actually kind of like look at the camera, okay, you see where this camera is facing. So it's not. So if I turn this around, in a sense, if I come back out here and I turn it around, now this camera, I'm just trying to get like the angle in a sense. So that camera, it's like it's facing this part right here, like this area,
Right.
because it's not facing, like it's facing at this guy's vehicles is what the whole point was, right? The door, the vehicles, because obviously, you know how people are, right? You got a boat, you got this, whatever. So that camera's truly more facing on and this angle that's more, that's more kind of like here. Not so much here, it doesn't look like, but more here. So in my head, I'm just trying to like look at that video and go, okay, so if we see that, let's say we see it's a trash truck, and that trash truck is in idle kind of position for a moment, and you have your backlights, you have your, of the say garbage truck.
Well, they should have flashing lights too.
Well, that's just the thing. Like, I mean, typically, I guess, like, I mean, I don't want to speak. Go ahead.
If it's pitch black,
yeah,
you would see something in the dark, if it's that dark.
I get what you're saying. That usually you might see like red or orange lights flashing.
Correctly. Many of them.
Right. So I get what you're saying, but I'd probably be wise to find a picture of I'm sorry, my husband brought me dinner like 2 hours ago. So sorry if I'm eating a little bit as I'm
I didn't eat nothing, so
Yeah, I don't usually do it, but it's kind of like these curly fries are freaking cold as shit, but they still taste pretty good dipping them in ketchup. But
You're
anyway,
good.
okay. So yeah, so at the end of the day, I'm trying to be realistic, right, with what's being said. Three people, and I've repeated this obviously probably 20 times in this live right now. Three people: Seth, Christopher Proudfoot, TBI. No evidentiary value. It was a garbage truck, and that it's not what we think it is what Christopher Proudfoot says, because they've seen the bigger version. And so if they showed Seth what these garbage truck lights would look like in the daytime and where they are in accordance to the nighttime video and about the garbage truck, then it's kind of like I'm not going to disagree with them and believe my own thoughts, because it's 3 to 1. Like it's like three people. I think that if Seth Rogers uh, at all had any, even the slightest little inkling that it was flashlights, that he'd be all over that. But he obviously, it's like he said, was shown the daytime and these garbage truck lights and why it projected. So I'm thinking that, so in my head, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking less flashing lights, because the streets are dark. I think that we possibly see, let me go back into this. I think we possibly see floodlights from perhaps this house here, which has floodlights on the corner. And I think that's more of the left-hand side of the screen. I think we're perhaps seeing some floodlights there off somebody's home. Maybe it's this home. Maybe it's their floodlights if they have them. Anyways, and then perhaps this garbage truck is just coming along. When it goes in and out, it's because it's going behind a tree, which is giving us the illusion, perhaps. So all I know is, for me, I absolutely understand where you're coming from about the lights, looking at it. But then I ask myself, look, if three people have said this, am I really going to invest any more time or effort into this video, knowing full well that Seth would be on that flashlight thing? Because that would kind of make it seem like Sebastian did leave with somebody, but he's not. And he's not all over it because he was shown the video. And hence why you don't hear him talking about it, because, for that reason. Because he's saying that the LE wanted to make sure that he was shown the daytime so that he fully understood and walked away 100% knowing that those were not lights. Besides from a garbage truck.
Why would they? Okay, if it's a garbage truck, it's a garbage truck, right?
Right.
Why would it become? It may become evidential.
Well, that's what Nick
later.
Perez said. That's kind of what Nick Perez said, actually. He's the one that said, according to TBI or whatever, it's been handed in as evidence and it may become. So he's the one that kind of more uttered those words, was Nick Perez. Now, versus, meaning TBI didn't say that. Nick Perez said that. So, again, for people, like I said, there's people that are going to think what you're saying is accurate and stuff like that. And again, James, we all kind of do our thing, or have our own thoughts, have our own conclusions. And my mind tries to look like yours, I'm sure, at everything, every scenario. But in this case, I get it. I get looking at that video, that there's still questions for you. Seth had also made the comment that then that video must be 2 hours, like, inaccurate, and then you might say, talk to Nick, and maybe the person who owns that footage or had that footage from his house might say, no, my time is spot on, like, to what it is. So again, we're just taking our best information that we can get from TBI, from Seth, from Katie, from Christopher. And that's the information I compile. I don't care so much about a rumor that this was said, that was said. I have it in my knowledge base, and stuff like that. Perhaps like a neighbor said that the cops confirmed that they did see Sebastian Rogers on the neighbor's video seeing the garage, for instance, or, taking the garbage out. It's not, but that's not factual. It's just a third party saying that I talked to the neighbor that said this. Factual, and when I say factual, I use that loosely because all we can do, TBI is not going to sit there and come out and go, you know what, you guys, like, here, let me just show you that garbage truck video just to prove it to you guys. They could care less about us. They could care less about the media. They want the media to know what they want to know when they want you to know it. They want to put out information to you when they want something spread, right? Like, it's basically like they use them to their benefit when they need them and don't give them shit all, in a sense, when they don't need to. So the only information we can go on is really just the stuff that's coming out of the parties involved most in TBIs or something. Or, yeah.
Well,
Yes. Sorry, you're right. He said the whole time he watched it, the time was stuck at 3:11. That's correct. Thank you for reminding me of that, Robin. What do you
Well,
think of that? Go ahead.
I'm myself.
Well,
I'm
go ahead.
convinced.
You're convinced it's lights?
Yep.
Yeah. And what do you think about the time being stuck at 3:11?
I think that's just another throw off.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not there, right?
right, exactly. And I get it.
I only have the what? I'm going off of here, just looking at the interviews and that light, and trying to compile all these things
Yeah.
and just come up with my assessment. This is the first time I ever did it off of like doing it
Yeah.
off TV.
Yeah.
I used to in person,
Yeah.
but not. Okay, there's a light in the corner. Look, that light disappears. There's a light in the corner.
Do you think by chance that light is traveling around that corner of that street? Let's watch it again. Go back. Sorry, let me just try to take it back to. Geez, it seems like it's longer than okay. Do you think that the lights in the left-hand corner are floodlights?
They are definitely some kind of light, like on a house or something. I don't know why they would. It seems like that camera's moving.
It seems like it, doesn't it?
It seems like it, yeah. But that can be
deceiving. We know that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think about the curvature as you come around the corner about these lights moving.
What? Suspecting it's garbage truck?
Yeah.
You would see a lot more lights than that.
Well, I guess, see, that's just it. Is that
you don't see any yellow? You don't see no red.
right?
There's like,
But do they?
Probably 20, 30 lights all over it.
Well, but that's just it. Okay, so let's look up. Hold on. Let me look up a Hendersonville garbage truck.
Yeah, and you'll see all kinds of flashing lights. Lights all over it.
Let's take a look.
I'm not the only one that looked at this in my area.
Let me just see if there's an image of. Okay, so Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay.
I'm just doing this off of my experience. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
We're not always right. We don't
No,
make mistakes. We're only humans.
no, but you just try to make you're just trying to come up with the best, regardless if it's a video, the best kind of logical, explanation, etc., etc. You're just trying to look at everything, but that doesn't mean we're going to come to the same conclusions. So, I mean, this is the back of one here. Let me just. I guess so. If there's one thing I know, it's definitely things can be deceiving to what they seem to be. That's where I always hints on this. Okay, they said this. Looks can definitely be deceiving. I'm trying to find a better picture than what this one is.
But
For this,
the thing that sticks me, if it's a garbage truck,
hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
why are they like one goes off on one side of the screen and one goes way off to the common area?
Okay, you know what? I wish I could find a better picture than this one, but hold on.
See, I'm trying to watch the TV and it's behind.
Oh, okay.
Because my screen is black. I'm not in.
Just quickly, someone says, let's see, can anyone, let's just see some of these things. Can anyone
Find one at dark.
Hey?
Hendersonville garbage truck.
Well, so I was gonna say, so this one said Hendersonville, Tennessee, but do you notice on the side of this truck is a white light reflector?
Right.
That caught my eye right away.
Okay.
Because let's just say that we're getting it from the angle of the side and not, because you see where the flashing lights are, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like on the back side. I'm just talking about the back side because that's all we can see on this truck. But what struck me was the minute I seen that white reflector light on the side of the truck, how that would come into play. So anyways, I was trying to find, again, I don't know if it was a dark truck, like green truck like this one that was coming into play. Someone says, can anyone tell me how the hell that they would have been able to edit this video to show it to Seth in the daytime? Okay, so it's not about editing the video. It's about looking at the video, the full video, Kat. Okay, so what you're seeing, of course, is that little clipping that someone took because it's at nighttime and they have the imagery in a sense, but they're trying to show you what's on their webcam. And the best way to do that, of course, is to crop it, taking out the rest of the visual in a sense.
Right.
So we know it's dark and we know it's nighttime. So basically, they're not talking about editing a video. They're basically going to show Seth basically video footage or a picture, a still picture, and show him from the bigger dark video of the lights that are in this video that we just watched with Seth. With Nick. They're gonna show him because they're looking at the bigger picture than what we are, and they're gonna position it. So they're gonna be like, "Here's nighttime. Look this is the exact same position of this camera in the daytime." So that's exactly how they would do it. And then they would show him on the daytime one where those lights are in conjunction to that nighttime video that they are staring at. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense to you, James?
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's how they would obviously show it to Seth so that they could say, "Here, look, this is the picture of this exact same place that this guy's camera is facing." So they're gonna, on the picture there or whatever, they're gonna be, or maybe they did it in video format. They're gonna be like, X marks the spot there. That's where that light is. X marks the spot here. Look at, this is the floodlights. X marks the spot on this house. That's how they would do it. That's why they wanted to show him daytime. Here's where the lights are located. We've seen the bigger picture of this video. We don't want you to have any questions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Kat. Yeah. So, Kat, I'm not going to lie. So, because when I first heard that too, I'm like, well, daytime, what do you mean daytime? So I had to think about that for a second. And I'm like, oh, well, obviously they're taking the same exact angle because they have the bigger picture to know exactly where that angle is, starts, and probably stops, because we don't have the full video. Yeah.
But I
Eh?
still can't agree.
Oh, no, it doesn't mean you have to agree. It's for, at the end of the day, again, you just take whatever information. And I personally just determined that for me, Seth, Chris, and that had said that that video isn't nothing to do with the lights of flashlights. So that's where I'm at with that particular video. But that doesn't mean that's where you're at, but I understand where you're at. And again, it doesn't mean one person's right or wrong. It's just at some time, hopefully we'll know the actual answers to what happened to Sebastian. It's been 42 days.
Even another gentleman looked at this, and I told him it was only a snippet.
Right.
And he said the same thing.
Yeah, but is he just a YouTuber? Is he just
No. Far from that. Far from that.
Well, okay. In a sense. So, I mean, the thing is that, for instance, let's just say this. Again, in my head, what goes through my head the minute you said that was, but he hasn't seen the full video, like Seth and Christopher and the TBI have. They've seen the actual full video, like the full scope of what that video looks like. Your friend would have only seen the crop version that we see.
Exactly.
Yeah. So always keeping that in mind in my head, I still have to say, is Chris and Seth and TBI wrong in their conclusions? I'm going to think not myself. So I'm not going to put it as credible in a sense of evidentiary value. I can see why they said that then. If what they show or what they have said, is true. And it's just because, like I said, if it was just them saying it by themselves, yeah, I'm going to go, shit, okay. But am I still probably going to question it more? Probably more so than if I had 3 people saying it. But again, you're not there.
No, that's right. That's right.
And I'm not even trying to convince you. But we would all be very naive if we didn't look at every aspect and ponder things, right? Like if I sat there and felt, like I said, I went back to the video. I didn't understand the video and how it was a trash truck just by looking at the video. But I also didn't put that time into it after the fact of when TBI and Seth Rogers and that had talked about it. I was like, okay, that's like a big banana to me at the moment, and then
that picture can also be cleared up too.
Which one? Oh, the one that you talk about, the video?
Yes.
Yeah, I tried playing with it myself, and again, I mean, I'm not no expert, but I like playing with videos and I like playing with contrast and I like doing things like that. Am I an expert at it? No. But again, my time kind of stopped once again about the whole garbage truck thing, because it's one of those things is, are we going to know the answer? Possibly at some point. Is there other things going on that I can talk about, myself? Yeah. So just kind of like suspicion of Chris and Katie to do with Sebastian's disappearance? Might they be involved? Possibly. But again, am I going to personally make YouTube titles about them having any involvement in it? No, because I'm not going to put them on blast when I don't know the answers myself. But I want what the timeline of events is to be out there about according to what is being said. And the only time that we'll know the truth is either A, when Sebastian is found, hopefully alive, or that just hopefully at some point the truth will be told with what happened to Sebastian Rogers. That's always the end goal for me. And inside, of course, trying to think of the puzzle pieces about what could have happened to him. So if I don't believe that those are flashlights like Sebastian and some other person, then that means, like I said, for me personally, I just don't. It takes away from, like, it sucked because it made sense. It made sense to me. Katie says flashlight. I said in a Twitter post, like the flashlight thing means a lot. Like if we're watching a video that has flashlights and Katie said that his flashlight little toy that he liked to play with, his keychain, whatever, then that could make sense. That could make sense that he did go off with somebody. But if I deem that it has no value, like TBI is saying, then I can't very well too much for myself talk about it too much. Like I can with you because your thoughts are different in a sense. And if Adam's thoughts were different on it as well, or Charmaine's or whatever. But when I'm doing a live, am I going to talk about the flashlight video really? No, because I've already deemed that it's not flashlights and then it's the garbage truck like Ellie said. So might as well move on to something else to talk about type of thing and work on a timeline. That's kind of where I'm at with it personally. Other people, are making thumbnails left, right, and center.
Yeah, I've seen a few of that.
Yeah, those ones that are just intentionally meant to click on them.
Clickbait.
Yeah, I don't even want to call it clickbait so much as just using clickbait, because to me clickbait is when you post something and they're not even talking about it. That would be more clickbait, more of what I would say using titles to their advantage for clicks and views. And I just don't play that type of game myself. Like my titles are just trying to be like, you know what I mean? I could sit there and make up a bunch of different thumbnails to make it geared towards, I think there was a thumbnail not long ago where it was like, Seth Rogers answers questions. Yeah, sure he did. Not on the YouTube channel, but which is what it seemed like. But it was from somebody else's YouTube channel where he was answering questions. But the way it looked it was almost like Seth Rogers was gonna be, answering the questions on that podcast type of thing. And so it's stuff like that. I mean, each to their own on how they do stuff like that. But it's just not my personal way. I feel I would feel guilty if I tried to make it seem that way when I want to use a title to enhance something. But by the same token, I don't blame creators either. They just more make me kind of giggle when I see those type of ones.
But as soon as something comes out, people are grabbing it and running with it, and then they're playing it on their channel, and it means nothing. There's more on there now than ever.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been following this case right from the get-go, like within a couple of days of it coming out, Sebastian's case. Once I think it was Adam that shared it with me. And as soon as I started following it, and I was looking, and it had some, like, it was out there, but it wasn't out there. And so when I see something like that, typically, I'll usually tag at Nancy Grace, at Jennifer Coffindaffer, at Chasing Paper, you know, at WKRN News, at whatever. I just try at maybe Ichtmel, at Pascal, whatever. Like, meaning you want the bigger shows to catch on, in a sense. To me, okay? Because I'm not some greedy person that goes, I'm just gonna keep all this to myself, and so they'll come to this channel. They'll come to this channel. They'll come to this channel. But the whole point is, and selfishly, of course, I just want there to be awareness to the case. What can I do? What can I personally do to help? Well, I can use Twitter, and I could tag people in it that have bigger channels that can bring Sebastian. So I watched Sebastian's case go from mediocre to explosive. And then some of the channels, of course, they don't take it on or haven't taken it on until maybe it's really in their faces. And then they start taking it on because they're like, whoa, this one's big in the storyline. I better, get on this one. And it's not necessarily that it's about clicks and views as much as, that's kind of typically what happens, right? It starts off smaller, and then through spreading of news or news stories or coverage, it starts getting bigger. And then that creates more awareness. So I feel
it creates more awareness, but there's a lot of there's so much false information is the thing.
Yeah. You know what? Hold on a second. Mo, shut the fuck up, dude. I can stop breathing and talking when I want to. It's my fucking channel, dude. Fuck off. Anyways, people like that piss me off. That's like an ignorant comment to me. Sorry, Mo, but that's an ignorant comment. So if you choose to leave, go right ahead. But again, it's my channel. I can talk and say what I want to if I want. Go on. Sorry, James.
I forgot what I was saying now.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. When I see an ignorant comment like that, to me, that's ignorant. Sonny, please breathe. Like, please shut up, or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So because I told you to basically fuck off, then you come out with your comment. So here, let's just ban your ass. Get you out of there. Okay. Anyways. Sorry about that. I just don't have time today for that type of shit. And I happened to look over and I seen that. I get it. I'm a talker. I can talk a lot and I don't really care.
I'm not really much of a talker. Well, only when I have to.
When you have to be. Yeah. Why no scent from... Okay, so what do you think about that, actually? Since I can't really remember what we were talking about, since I seen that. Yeah, it is my channel. Do what I want. I'm an adult. Thank you. To me, that was a rude comment. So I'm like, fuck off, get out of my face. Anyways, what do you think about that? About the dogs not picking up a scent?
I find it kind of strange.
Right.
They didn't find anything around the house, apparently. I wasn't there. I don't know, right?
Right.
But they didn't pick nothing up outside the house.
Yeah.
That's the house he lives in. I imagine he's out around, even going to school, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, like the one guy said, right? If he walks up the road, if he walks to the bus, like there should be a scent. That he said something about scent dogs can go about 7 days. That bloodhounds can more do like about 2 weeks, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, that can pick up a scent,
Yeah. I think it's somewhere around there.
Oh, look at this name, Sandy Beach. I don't know why, but I'm thinking of that the Sandy Beach or the Sandy Hook or whatever that one was called. Unless she just wants to simply be called Sandy Beach because she likes sandy beaches. Okay.
Probably.
Yes, we talked about Caleb missing also. I started a new job recently. Before I hadn't worked about in a year and a half. I've always worked all my life. But anyways, back I was in optometry when I last worked. I've always been in customer service and stuff like that and hospitality. But anyways, so I just started working recently. But Caleb Harris's case is another case that's very intriguing as well. But we covered it the other night for a good hour into the live. You know which case I'm talking about?
No.
No.
Like
Okay.
I said, I don't usually follow cases on here.
Right. Well, it's another big one happening at the same time as Sebastian's. Kind of about a week after is when Caleb's case came to fruition, but it's kind of one of those ones where James, that he's sending, I think, to his sister, like his Snapchat. He's basically ordered Uber Eats, leaves his home, in this kind of like nice kind of neighborhood area, leaves his home, takes his dog for a walk, and sending a Snapchat of the dog walking, and next thing you know, poof, just gone.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah. I
yeah.
seen it.
Yeah, yeah.
There was
Anyways,
there was 3 guys outside there, out in the parking lot.
yeah, that's the one exactly. So it's like if I had more time, but honestly, working full time and then having the energy to like I look at a lot of thick cases while I'm in bed during the nighttime, and I used to do it. My favorite time is always nighttime when it's quiet, like from say 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night till like 4 in the morning is when I typically have my iPad out and I'm kind of seeing what's going on. That I usually ended off with like American Idol or X Factor, just to take away from the heaviness a little bit. But anyways, but I just don't have time to cover everything. But Sebastian's case here, it's when it's driving me crazy to understand what happened to him. Again, go ahead.
I'm just judging this off of other cases,
Yeah.
and I'm you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry,
No,
I'm here.
you were buffering on the TV.
Oh, was I? I'm here.
No, I took this and I compared it, matched it up to a few others,
Okay. Yeah.
and something very, very similar.
I'm here. Sorry, I took a bite of my burger.
Just to guess, what that case was about, and then compare it to this case,
Mm-hmm.
and try to tie them in like.
I think I'm lost. You talking about Caleb's case?
No,
Riley?
no other online cases.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay. I was lost for a minute. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to say something without saying something.
Right. I gotcha. Okay. And sorry, I was taking a bite of a burger, but I know if it goes silent, I am still here. But in that particular case, I kind of muted myself for a second so I could have a bite of my cold burger. Okay. I need to get going here right quick, James.
No problem.
Because we have been on for meaning this live has been going for 4.5 hours, and it's 6 o'clock my time now. What time are you there? Are you 8 or are you 3 hours difference or 2?
I believe it's 3.
Is it 3 there? Yeah. Okay. So you're like 9 o'clock over there.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Is it 9? Okay. Yeah.
Right, my computer up here. I'll tell you exactly. Oh, I can't even see it.
Can't even see it.
I don't got my glasses.
Okay, I was gonna say you don't got your glasses. It's all good. Positive vibes. 2:05 a.m. here. Yeah. Are you still trying to look for it? Don't you have a phone that has your time?
No,
James?
phone dead.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I haven't
Okay.
used it.
Well, I was going to say, before we head off here right quick, and by the way, I want to say thank you to everyone that's either subscribed or joining and stuff like that. Again, you can have your own thoughts all you want, but be respectful to guests and be respectful to the creator. If not, you're just going to get booted. Okay. It's never about clicks and views. They're nice for bringing awareness, but as for jerk offs that come into the channel, I don't have the time, day, or patience, and I ain't going to put up with that shit. Right. It's already bad enough in life that we come across those personalities. But on YouTube, I don't have to put up with any of that. Well, in real, I don't either, but different story. But and stuff like that, there's ways people can say something and get their point across, talk about a case, have a difference of opinion without it being attacking or ignorant, type of thing. Right, Mo Dean, that got his ass blocked a minute ago. Right, Mo.
Can I touch on one more thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, touch on it.
Was that apparently they didn't have video cameras, right?
Correct. Well,
but there's one inside the house and there's one outside the house.
Okay, I am confused on that because I remember in an interview, someone said, do you have cameras? And now it was weird because the way what he answered, I had to listen to a few times because I heard no. And then I heard something like they didn't have something to do with it. And I'm like, wait, what? Wait, let me go listen to that again. So when asked about cameras, he said no. But then when he was asked in a different interview, do you have cameras? And then he said yes. And then after, I don't really know what became of that because JLR was kind of showing a camera in the corner like that he didn't have them on or something. So I'm still actually very confused about that because he said no, but then he answered this weird question or this weird sentence after that, the first interview. And that's when I was like, oh, okay, so no cameras. And then when I heard him say yes, and then he made the comment, James, that if Sebastian were to go out the back door, you know, he would be on camera. So I'm taking it he must be talking then about.
No, before that.
Okay.
When they were talking about the sleepwalking.
Oh, yeah.
He would have been caught on camera.
Right.
Because he goes to the fridge sneaking out snacks.
Now, his mom said he wasn't a sleepwalker, I remember, right?
But it was Mr. Foot that said if he goes to the kitchen,
yeah,
he'd be caught on camera.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Check out Smiley's. I believe it was.
Oh, my God. That's freaking like a 3 hour, 4 hour, freaking 3 hour freaking live.
It's around 2:02, I think.
I'm just trying to remember. I mean, I listened to the whole thing. I don't recall him saying that about the camera. I recall him saying that about the back. If he went out the back, he would be caught on camera, but not to the fridge. But
it's there.
Well, I don't feel like listening to 2 hours, though.
No, it's around 2:02, I think.
Oh, okay.
2:02.
Okay, well, hold on. Do you want me to pull it up and see?
Oh, if you wish, it's up to you.
Well, might as well. Let's take a listen. Let's see. Okay, so
they're talking about snacks and
right. Okay, Smiley's World. And is this in the interview, the 2 hour one, right? Smiley's World.
No, where there's Katie is not showing her face.
Right.
And Chris is not showing his face. The two of them are dark. Smiley's showing hers.
Is that the one that says Amber Alert for the one that's 5 hours long?
I'm not sure. I don't usually see the titles.
Hold
when,
on.
when I have them all up.
I think you're talking about this one. Because this is the one that I'm talking about that I was watching.
There's only 3 of them on there on the panel.
Yeah. This is right here. Let's see here if we can get some of these things out of the way. Oh, it doesn't have it. Anyways, then there's, is this the one where that one guy comes up and then he says, but Chris, you said something about CPS and where this guy named, I think Josh, comes up for a couple of minutes. But
I'm not sure who comes up.
Okay.
Don't know. Yeah,
But-
that's that one there.
yeah, but this is the one here. And you're thinking it's at 2:02 mark, like 2 hours?
No, yeah. Well, it's up around the middle, I think.
It's too long, a little bit, like moving the mouse even a little bit goes a couple,
Yeah.
a few minutes past. Let's just see what they're talking about here though in this one. Like let's just see what they're talking about at the 2:01 or we'll just put it at the 2:02 mark here. Let's see what they're talking about.
They can to find Sebastian, and they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian. Because everybody deserves a fair shot. Raleigh, everybody deserves a fair shot to get found.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
It's unfortunate.
See, like that. Okay, I thought he wasn't working.
Yeah,
That's why
I caught that too.
I thought he wasn't working. He said.
No, yeah, his work was up in the air. A few minutes later,
Yeah.
he was going back to work.
He said he almost got fired from his job. So I
Yeah,
guess
it's up in the air.
so. All of a sudden, yeah, and then so what? Did he bring his whole CB radio down and everything? Because I mean, you're going to go look for this, but hey, don't forget to take your work back home with you. I don't know. That was just weird. Anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna try to find it right, like meaning it if he said that. I don't recall that. Does anyone else recall that? Does,
I'm-
like,
If people are listening carefully, I'm sure they heard it.
well, like I said, during this one is where I heard him say yes about. I think that's when he said yes. Cameras. I think it was this one.
Okay, just before that, back a bit. That's where it's at.
Before the what?
Before he was talking about the doors and getting caught on camera.
I just don't know where that is in this video, though. I don't know what the timestamp is, and this is a 5-hour live.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's how they were on for not all of it but they were on for a good 2 hours and 41 minutes, something
Okay.
like that. I remember. Yeah.
Well, that's definitely in there, saying they were asking if he sleepwalks and all that.
Yeah, I heard about the sleepwalking, but I don't recall that part that you like maybe when I have time I'll just skim through it and just see
Yeah,
if I
if you turn your what's it called? Can't even think of it right now.
What were you saying? Many times what? Patricia,
when you highlight it, shows all the words.
Oh, you talking about when somebody makes a comment?
I'm not sure. No, it's not that.
I'm not sure what you mean actually. Like I understand when you highlight something, but are you talking about the YouTube creators highlighting something? Oh, are you talking about? Are you
The
talking about in the chat part where you can pull up the conversation?
yeah, where it types it out. I just can't.
No, you're talking
I
about
just can't think of it right off the bat. I
closed.
don't use. I don't come on here much.
Yeah, you're talking about subtitles, closed captioning.
Yeah, subtitles. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you highlight and pull the cursor across, it will light up what they're talking about.
Okay. But what was the point to that though? Like you talking about?
Well, as you're moving along, it tells you what they're saying.
Well, I was gonna say, meaning like, for instance, if you go to the conversation and you hit Control F, which is to find something. So if I wanted to pull up, say, this conversation, let's just see. Oh, let's see more. And I wanted to go to show transcript. Okay. So if I hit Control F, let's see. Now, what word should I look for? Fridge? There's no words that say fridge. Let's see. I mean, if I pull up Sebastian, obviously I'll get a ton of searches. 112. So camera. Okay, camera.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. So one of the things said for camera was here. I'm just gonna take myself off the camera for a second myself as I do this. Okay, so one of the things says because one of the lights is still visible from that green camera across the street. Yeah, that has been whatever that means. Neighborhood because anybody has cameras voluntary gave up hard drive flashes. Okay. What else? What else we got? Can you take me? Where's okay? Have been
Snacks.
seen?
Just
What?
type in when he said snacks.
Snacks? Okay. Snacks. Heard of him sleepwalking. Now getting up in the middle of the night and sneaking. So this is at 2:10. So let's go to the 2:10 mark and play it.
Go just before the 2:10.
Okay, go just before the 2:10. Okay.
I know it was around 2 something, but
okay. Well,
I just don't have my notes.
Let's see. I'm just trying to let me just look at the conversation first. Oh yeah, okay. They're talking about munchies.
I have a whole bunch for you.
Yeah, I like my chips. Okay, I'm just trying to see here. Okay, I'm just trying to see if here they're talking about cameras after the fact. All right. Because you said it's around this time that they're talking about the cameras, right? About
Should
a camera. Okay. Well, you know what? Okay. What time are we at? We're at we'll play from let's just play from 2 onwards here. Now, it was at 2:11. That's a long time to go though. So we'll have to put it what time do you think I should start it from? Because I don't want it to be too long. So
wherever you want, you know.
Well, let's start at 2:06. Let's see.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look.
Diana,
on
was it at
here.
2:02? Let's just start it at 2:02 then. Let's just see if it's here.
And, you know, I see the difference. I really do. And, you know, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, you know, and they're asking and they're begging. They're doing everything they can to find Sebastian. And they're trying to put him first. You know, it's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian. You know, because everybody deserves a fair shot, you know, Raleigh. Everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, you know, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit. But you can't give up. We can't give up. You know, and sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, you know, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things. You're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is
She's going to ask if
Sebastian.
he sleepwalks.
Because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good, fine, or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody, you know, and he's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back.
James, what did you say there?
I forgot again.
Sorry, I
No,
was
Smiley asked if he ever sleepwalked.
right. That's at the 2:11 mark. Do you want me to go to that point?
Yeah, you can try it. I'm not trying to hold you up here, but
So let's go to 2:09.
I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay, okay. Okay, y'all. You know, I had to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while. I believe in here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio. Say step. Oh, that's when we first come on here, and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed, and did he sleepwalk?
yeah, there it is. There.
Yeah, did he
think they have
sleepwalk?
anything. Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night, sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing. But
And
sleepwalking,
to
no.
clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, you know, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sneaks candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just, one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And throw
When
your
you're done
wrappers
with
in
it,
the
you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And that's what they're saying. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason. It's not showing me the
It says
comments,
you
but
got killed, Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't
blood
know.
everywhere. No. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be they're paying. They paid to.
Just to ask you, is that where you thought that he had said it? Because that would have been in that section.
Yeah, it was around there.
Yeah, so I remember that conversation, but not once do I remember him saying a camera, because it's almost like they're past that point now, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's a pastor.
like I like so I don't like I was watching, like I said, all this myself, but at no point, James, did I remember him saying anything about a camera watching the fridge. Do you think by chance
The
that you
chat
heard
was
it?
going crazy saying, no, no, about the snacks, about the snacks.
So should I keep playing it a little longer? But I think we're past the snacks now. You know what? I was going to say, email me at acrimingshame@gmail.com if you come across that, because you now know what time it was at, approximately the 2:11 mark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that, I don't know. It's kind of like sometimes, you know, like when I'm listening to stuff at the time, I remember it clearly, but perhaps maybe you thought he said that, but maybe it was said. Well, I mean, you're obviously having this memory for a reason, but yet I don't recall him talking about no camera to the fridge.
He
But you
said
are.
if he went to the fridge,
Yeah.
he'd be caught on camera. And even the chat was trying to get the attention of where this was played at, and it was the chat just went nuts saying, no, no, he said the fridge, the fridge, the fridge. Go back, go back. Nobody was paying attention. Somebody else was playing this.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you this for that part. You know
And
where it is?
actually, I think it was
1 sec.
something for some, I forget her name, Pearls or something. Justin.
Oh, okay. Is that the TikToker?
No.
Is that a channel?
Yeah.
I don't think it's
can't.
one.
I don't. The names don't. I'm not
Uh,
really looking at the names.
yeah, I don't recognize that name. Okay, Justin for All, I've never watched him, so I don't know who that is. Anyways, I mean, again, um, the information would be within this live that they were on. During the point that we played it, it wasn't said. But if you like, meaning because we don't really care about, say, no offense, Justin, but because he's just playing a part of a clipping of somebody else's stuff, just like I'm doing now. But at no point do I hear anything about it. But if you happen to go revisit this Smiley's channel, and then, or even if it's from another channel where they're playing that clip part of it, so be it. But
I'm not like I said. I'm not the only one that caught it.
did anybody else in watching this live catch that somewhere? Let's
This
else.
live, I'm not sure.
No, just mean the people that are watching it, like watching now. Does anyone else remember something about that? There's a camera watching the fridge. Let's just see what people are thinking, because meaning the people that are in here should be following the case. So someone else has to remember if they heard it or not, or some others. I don't myself. So I was just kind of waiting to see what people in chat. Elizabeth, not I, not me, says Diana.
And that's when he mentioned about the doors too. And she played that, and they were saying, no, 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 no. Back, back. The snacks, the fridge. And they were trying to get her attention.
They were trying to get whose attention?
What? I don't know her name.
Robin, Katie, or because
No. Some other channel.
Oh.
Like mine don't usually get mine up in like boxes. over to the TV.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, again, it's one of those things. This is a 5-hour live, and I think they're on for about a good 2 hours and 41 minutes or close to that of this particular live. It's not in that part that we played. I know that. So whether it was brought up at some point again, or do you think it was in this part? Like, are you recollecting yourself that it was within this part where they spoke about the snacks in the fridge and that he liked to sneak
And
and
he
get?
said if he went to the fridge, he'd be caught on camera.
Okay, but do you believe that that's in the portion that we just listened to, or that it's somewhere else in this live? So, like what we just heard, about the snacks here. Let's just play that again. 2:10. We'll start it at 2:09.
And you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
In fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all, be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down it, and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all. I have to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while. I'll probably in here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio. Say step. Oh, that's when we first come on here, and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed, and did he sleepwalk?
Did he sleepwalk? Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night and sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing, but sleepwalking,
And to clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sneaks candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just, one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And
when you're done with it, you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And that's what yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
There's what in the world happened? I mean, what could have happened? Is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. I mean, we've gone over wild probabilities,
We
all
got a
sorts of
lifelike
stuff.
working bell.
And
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
we
10-4.
I haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this?
I mean, I've looked for the wording fridge, fridges, refrigerator. Nothing's coming up for that when I do that. Cameras, there's nothing saying anything about he would be seen on camera, if that was the actual term that he used. So I don't know. I don't personally, like I said, I don't personally recall it. If you ever happen to come across it or find it, uh, feel free to send it to me, James, at the email. But I can't sit there and try to play out all the different um 5 hour live in the two, like whatever. You know what I mean? It'd be it's like looking for a needle
Oh
in a
yeah.
haystack at the moment. At the moment. Watch it. I'll sit there and I'll get off the live and then be like, "Oh, found it." No, just kidding. But yeah,
No,
so
I heard it. The chat heard it.
mhm. Lenny, I don't know if it was so much of a radio scanner as if it was his work thing. I think it was. Yeah. I mean, unless it was a police scanner. Yeah. Was that a police scanner, you think? Or was it his work?
Sounds like a police scanner.
It could be. Could very well be. You know? Um, didn't even really think about that up until someone just said that right now. Because I was too busy thinking about, thinking about work.
Yeah, the repeater sound.
But it could very well be the scanner, to be honest with you.
Could be
Um,
anything.
yeah. Anyways, okay. I need to get going. It's been 5 hours for this live. Unfortunately, Seth never made it back on. I don't know if he ended up falling asleep or maybe got, had to do something else. But I think he was having issues with his internet, and he says that he's between a Navy base and airport or something like that. Either way, never made it back on here. Hopefully, maybe he can come back up because I really like to talk to him about more personal things, like there's it's one thing to talk about the case, and it's another thing too that you want to feel like as if we kind of know Sebastian as well, like how he was exactly when he was at his dad's house. I know they say, I know there's some things that he's talked about, but I like to know that side and the case side of it in a sense, because obviously Sebastian's a human being. He's a person, that has feelings, does certain things, maybe like I said, at his dad's house, he's obviously less stricter at his dad's house, which you can tell, right? And then you got, like I said, corporal punishment over there, Christopher Proudfoot. He definitely, 5 wives. I know I shouldn't be judgmental, but come on now. 5 wives and a lot of attitude. I believe Nina when she says that Christopher Proudfoot has to have that's around, okay, wait. I figured it out, Shelby. It's around and it's not about snacks. Okay, so let's see. Shelby says it's around 126. So let's go back to that time.
Does she remember the fridge one?
Well, let's just see. She just said 126, but it's not about snacks. Well, let's see. Maybe this is
No,
it.
there's one there about a camera in the door too.
Yeah, well, let's
There's
just.
two of them.
Well, there's a couple of camera things in there, but anyways, let's just play this one out for a minute, James.
He's done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but it was public because we saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay, so did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Asking.
No. I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. You know, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So,
thank you.
Is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering. So, but so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything. Yes.
Okay, so okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not been,
or would not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So the back door would not lock
from the outside like the front. No, you'd have to have the key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house.
No, I understand
That's a safety thing.
Yeah,
but,
I understand that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but what I can say is there's only 2 doors in the house that he could have gone out, where he could have locked
from the
on his own from the outside. And the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with the screens intact and things like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing.
So, James, just to ask you. So I remember, like I said, that camera part about him saying that, okay, so he said that there's only 2 doors that he could have locked from the outside. Not the inside, that he could have locked from the outside. That he wouldn't have gone out the back because, first of all, it makes noise. And plus, he would have been seen on camera. It doesn't say that it's his camera, just says on camera. So that's why it's like I remember about the snacks. I remember about him talking about the camera in the sense of when they were talking about, that, and this is Katie and Chris's version. Doesn't mean it necessarily is all true. So you just take it, that it's from the horse's mouth as close as you can get. It doesn't make it factual. But they said that they went over with Ali through the different doors about, and that the back door, he would be seen on camera. Plus it would make all that noise. But from the side, like it would be seen on camera, blah, 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 blah. So they're saying that through the deduction of Ali, and what would make sense is that he went out through the front door. So I remember that part. I remember the snack part, but I don't remember the snack part and that there was a camera watching the fridge, considering on Nancy Grace, they said that they had no cameras inside the house or motion. Like they said they had no cameras, no motion detectors, and no alarms.
What really caught my attention is when he said about the fridge. Like I said, where it was played at, the whole chat kept trying to tell her.
Well, I mean, if you find it,
the whole chat heard it too.
Again, maybe it's just at a different portion. Nothing that I came across myself when I was trying to do a search for snacks, fridge, that That's the only thing that came up. When I was looking at cameras, like I said, it was kind of, there was a repetitive one. Somebody kept saying something about Mars or Mars in the thing when I was looking at the transcript part. Just wanted to use the word kerfuffle, Jill. Trapped in an unskippable ad. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, YouTube. I'm just perplexed. I don't get it. Absolutely. So, anyways, if you find it, just send it to the email, James, because I'd be very curious to hear that. Because, like I said, I'm on no point is it in my memory banks personally. Doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Just means I don't recall. And some people seem to vaguely remember this as well. Others don't.
No,
So
it was played on another channel.
yeah, but it would have had to have been a clip, right, from Smiley's work. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It
Right.
should
Exactly.
still be there.
Yeah. And right, and if the whole chat was going through, I mean, honestly, to go through the transcript isn't that hard. To click to the transcript and see this point where people are do that. But I think you said it was on Justin for All, or you can't really remember.
No, not
Yeah.
Justin for All or just I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know which one it was played on.
Well, I was going to say, at the end of the day, this case is confusing. We'll still keep covering it. We're going to head off now. So thank you very much for, like, usually we don't let people on here. We don't know unless we've already kind of confirmed. Like, usually we just, like, we're not a channel that usually has a ton of guests, really. And so it's just usually like me, Adam. So it's my channel. Adam's the co-host, and Charmaine's. She comes on a lot now, and before, like Alexa, the profiler, would come on and stuff like that. But so meaning our guests are typically our friends that we've come to know through the cases, not necessarily like. I just couldn't be asked to deal with trolls, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So usually it's more of a planned thing, if anything. So it's just because the first time I put somebody on, I got like dick rolled, right? And so I ended up getting a YouTube warning, and that
Right.
warning stuck forever. But they finally recently allowed you to go to YouTube school and have it taken off. And so I waited my 90 days and it finally came off. But so that's someone was pretending to be a fellow content creator using their exact same avatar. But at that time, I was really just new to doing lives in YouTube and stuff like that. So I didn't know that these idiots are out there like that there are, that dick roll and stuff like that. So anyways, so I didn't know. I had no clue. I didn't know I was supposed to edit it out, or I didn't even know, to be honest. So it really sucked on there. That's hence why we usually will make somebody show their face on camera first, because obviously if you're going to dick roll, well, there's your face and I'm going to plaster it all over type of thing, right? Like with this one guy. But anyways, so hence why I'm very always leery about guests just out of the blue popping up.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, but in saying that, it's been a pleasure talking with you. You have a very sensible head on your shoulders, I can tell, which is always nice. Like, you're not far out there, like some people can be sometimes with their theories. You can tell that that you're like literally just kind of compiling the information, and just trying to understand the case as well, and using whatever your background is or whatever maybe friends what might be that you have, just to try to understand stuff. And obviously the light video is one of them, which I get it. Like Patricia Burns, if she could like probably run through her screen and go, give you a high five. I'm pretty sure she would, because she's like, I understand exactly what James Baker is
Yeah.
putting down, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. But anyways, like I said, obviously I can tell you're a very sensible, common sense thinker, regardless. And you're not no weird apple, so thanks for being normal. You can be weird still, and be normal, but thanks for being. Yeah. But anyways, if you do find that, James, let me know. If anybody else happens to find it, just email me at Acromming Shame, and just in your head title, put camera, fridge, snacks, whatever it is, something that alerts me and that to it. But okay, so we're gonna get going. And before I say goodbye, thank you. Hold on, I got to do a couple things first. Positive vibes. Thank you for becoming a member here or renewing it. And then thank you for the $2 super chat. Jacqueline Ebeling, $2 super chat. Jackie Young, $10 super chat from the EK. Shelly Agua, $20 super chat. Elizabeth, thank you for, I don't know if you were already a member, this is your first time for that. And before I go, I want to still put up this one more time. Okay. This is, whoops, where did it go? Come on now. Back this one. That's the Cash App for Seth. Okay, guys. There's the GoFundMe as well. But anyways, like I said, it would have been nice if he could have come back on. But anyways, it is what it is, right? I'm just appreciative of the time that Seth was able to be on here. Sorry that his Wi-Fi was sucking. Sorry that he wasn't able to come back on. Hopefully he can come on here another time. So yeah, to maybe have, you to ask him a couple of those questions for yourself. Other than that, thank you for coming on as well, James.
Thanks for having me.
I'll leave you with just your last final thoughts about Sebastian Rogers' case. Whatever you want to say about it, doesn't matter. Prayers for Sebastian, prayers to whatever you want to say. Or are you the silent type?
I just think he's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Just my theories now.
Yeah. Well, it is better thinking the opposite, isn't it? Right? Go ahead.
I think there was conflict in the house, or either it was money issues or tension. And
Yeah.
it just,
I think there was.
And I think it was planned.
Mm-hmm. And I was going to say, I'm not there about the plan part yet, but I definitely believe that there was tension. I think that sometimes when people air the laundry, that, like I said, for me, I don't mind it. Go right ahead. The more I hear, the more I can make sense of something. When you only have little pieces and stuff of the story, but when you kind of have a bigger version of the dynamics, because when you see, say, Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot talking, and you don't have any background to them, you're just kind of thinking, okay, these people, like the son's missing, the stepson's missing, and you kind of just go, oh, that, you feel badly for them. Then as time's gone on, you kind of, like I said, the way that they're projecting themselves to the public, not necessarily would you get an A+ and a freaking sticker for, the award of, looking for your child is what it comes across like. Looks like they're more coming across as handing out flyers, and I'm not saying that they're not doing their part. And maybe Katie, I think she's very capable of, if she can be an installation person for Brinks, I'm pretty sure she can walk into some woods and take a look for her kid. But maybe, I don't know. I just, like I said, not projected to the thing. But I'm not there about the plan part, James, but I'm very hopeful that he is still alive.
Yeah, me as well.
You know, and I'm just. It's been 42 days, James. 42 days. You know, they haven't come across a dead body, right, of him. So,
That's
it's
good.
40, which is good. Exactly. That's just it. Those glasses did not belong to him, which is good. Because if they did, then that would be cause for concern. Um, but I definitely believe that there was like relationship issues and stuff going on between Katie and Chris, and that things weren't that hunky dory. Five Wives kind of says the story, and Katie's probably, I don't know. I mean, I'm not,
I think I know what you're gonna say.
yeah, um, I get the gist there. But anyways, so I don't know. Like I'm willing to think that somebody could have helped and aided, because we have those people out there that think that they're freaking saviors of the world, and they do the most wackiest things. Like, I'm gonna save you, Sebastian. Da 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 da. Come, meet me or whatever, right? Like, the people that go way too far, in a sense, and say hide them out, and like I said, and then you can't really cherry pick because there's a lot of wackadoodles out there. Doesn't matter what level of society that you are in, upper tier, middle tier, lower tier, whatever those people, like we see dentists and doctors and lawyers do the damnedest shit, judges, etc. Right? So there's no real cherry pick in there, but I did always wonder about the technology at school. I guess what I'm looking for in my head is, if at school or if on FaceTime he was mentioning anything at all to somebody, because that wouldn't be like that. You can't track that.
Well, I heard speculation that he was going around the school asking somebody to put him in a garbage can.
Oh, to put him in a garbage can?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Now, how true that is,
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things. Like, I know, like when you're a kid, sometimes hop into a garbage can and be like, "See, I can fit," or "I'm hiding," or something like that. I don't know. I tried to stay away from like the rumor mill stuff, but taking note of things that are said. But if there's one thing we know for sure, that telegraph, tell this, tell that, and it ends up in a whole different thing, like it ends up being totally twisted around, or I mean, it happened with the Idaho case, and that tape that wasn't nothing to do with the Idaho case, about the sound of help me up, and da 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 da. And no matter what, you'll always have people that believe it, and this will be like the flashlight video. So until we ever find an answer, there's going to be people that are going to be like, "No way, that's no freaking garbage truck." And there's going to be people that are going to be like, "Those are definitely flashlights, or definitely lights." Yeah, to do with flashlights typically, really. So and we'll never know the answer unless it ever comes to fruition about it, and where Sebastian is.
I mean, that's their case. You know what I mean? I'm just putting my 2 cents in on it. That's all. I'm not.
You know what? Same.
I'm not trying to do a rumor. Nothing like that.
Yeah.
I
You're
want
just trying to
anybody to.
logically think. Right. We're just putting in our 2 cents, whatever that's worth to anyone. Maybe it has no value, maybe it does, but it's just our thoughts and what we're thinking. And obviously, the the process of what's that word that people always say? Trust the process. Trust the process. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we kind of have to, don't we? Trust the process. Trust that.
Well, they're gonna hold it. If they have anything, they're
Mhm.
gonna hold that as close to their vest as anything.
Absolutely. 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 But again, and the next thing you know, maybe maybe he's found, I mean, obviously, if he's out there with somebody, there will be an arrest made, type of thing, unless he's willingly. I don't know. We'll see how it all plays out. You know what? It's just trying to understand how he left. Let me ask you this, James, too. How do you think Sebastian left that home if he left it?
Oh,
Like,
with the evidence, well, my evidence around the house, usually the way it starts is the last spot that the person was seen and with the
right,
person they were seen with.
right.
That's usually where you start from.
Yeah. Go on. I'm here.
Now, the speculation is they made it home. But
Right.
really, there's no proof of that.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask Seth, because I had heard that he said he watched the video, and he did. And he does see a figure, but it's so dark that you can't make out that it's actually factually Sebastian.
So
So,
that's
right.
only speculation for now.
Right.
That's only heard from one to another, whatever.
Yeah. Well, my thing is I always thought it was odd about the front door, but okay, plausible, I suppose. But I always thought more so if he did leave, it would be through his bedroom window, because I'm curious about that thud. I'm curious about that thud at 10 o'clock.
Well, in one part, she said she heard the thud,
Yeah, in
and
one part.
he spoke back to her.
Yes.
In another one, she said, "I don't care what you're doing up there, but get to bed or go to sleep."
Right. On Nancy Grace, she expanded more. On Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia, she didn't expand as much. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then another one, she never said nothing about it.
Right. Exactly.
You know? So.
There's just so much.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to go to these videos. You have to very, very carefully just go through them over and over and over, because it's always something.
Well,
that the best of people, might miss.
I was going to say, when Chris makes, I don't know, there are, like, I would really love to know factually for sure that Christopher was actually in Memphis, hence why I asked Seth that, because he says he was, but I want to know if he factually knew that or if that's just what he was told. And it's because when you make comments like, okay, I use past tense sometimes when I shouldn't. Like, I loved my son. My son's still alive. Is he a little shit face and barely talks to me? Yeah. Do I mean to say it in the word of past tense? No. But then to me, there's a difference between someone mixing up something like that, because, it's the way it's used. But then about the window, he said that, sorry, yawn there. He said, if he would have went out the window, we would have heard him leave. We would have heard him, he said.
Yeah, there's a lot of we's in there.
Yeah, and whenever people use we in the, like, you're not going to catch me using that's what I'm trying to say. That's kind of my point. I might say love to my son, and I can see that being easily, saying that. But it kind of reminds me of the Jennifer Soto case. We saw her at the church, and by the way, no, it was Steven Stearns that took her. I wasn't there. Who uses the word frickin' we then? Like, you're not going to catch me using the word we. If he went out the window, Katie would have heard him or something. Not that we would have heard him. So it's things like that do stick out, when you hear stuff like that.
Like,
But
go ahead.
no, just it's just those things that are like, okay, so you're not home, you're in Memphis, like, but doing, knowing that they're not suspects, I'd like to think that that's a truthful statement, but I find it always odd when people add these things that don't belong, and that word "we" in that particular case to me, like, how is it that we would have hurt him? Are you implying that you and Katie are the one unit, and I'm going to use we because of the, it's a little bit odder for him using we there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that sticks out.
Well, plus he's a liar. He's already proven it that he's a liar.
Good one.
He's
Well,
already proven it. That
no, he tried reading off that little playbook they made up there.
Right. Yeah.
That playbook was out of date.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And like I said, when you start to, oh, what a web we weave, right? When we first practice to deceive. So whether it was him trying to save face, it doesn't matter. He's done it to himself. He literally, in a sense, has done it to himself. Why the public opinion is so harsh on him. Like I said, not blaming him for Sebastian's disappearance, but I am saying, dude, you're a dick, and you've more than shown that, especially on Smiley's World, like at the start when he's on Smiley's World. Remember that, the one that we just played at the start where he's all aggressive and stuff, in his talking, and then he acts like I'm, like I freaking got my freaking rune shield here, and everything bounces off me. Obviously not. If you felt the need to tell everyone you passed a polygraph test, either you're just a blatant liar or you're trying to save your face, and then he tries to play those head games like, well, I never said who passed the test, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's like, shut up, dude. Like, honestly, yeah, like, don't, like, I mean, that's like someone thinking that they're smarter than other people and playing with people's heads. Well, I didn't say who passed the test. I just said yes. And we passed, like, yes, and passed, passed however he said it. Anyways. All right, James. Well, I know I've said this 5 times, but it's time to go. Probably.
Alrighty.
Okay. Well, it was a pleasure having you. And again, if you do happen to find that part of the video where he talks about camera to the fridge, would love to hear it. If not, like, don't sweat anything over it. But if you do, other than that, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
All righty. Yeah, and if there's another time that we're live and you feel like you want to pop up, just let us know in chat, okay?
Well, usually I just watch off the screen.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I dug my computer out, and
oh, did you?
I just thought I'd jump on and ask if I'd join for a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, it was a pleasure. Don't do this very often, but if there happens to be another time that you see us on and want to say, hey, I want to pop up, then just ask in chat. All right. What's your name? Is your name's James Baker in the chat?
No.
What's your username?
D&J or J&D. I can't remember now. It was so long.
Okay. So you were the one that said, "Can I come up?"
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I thought I asked you that and you said no, and I was like, oh, there's somebody that said that then. So I thought you would just popped up.
No, that was me.
Okay, so it was. Sorry, what was the letters again? Okay.
D&J.
Did you just make it up?
J&D. I
J&D.
can't remember.
Can't even remember your own username. Anyways,
I haven't used this computer in months.
Yeah. Anyways, if I see something closed out, all you have to do is just say it's me. Actually, no, I can't even do that. I'll just look for your name if you happen to be in. Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. You take care, JB. Yeah, it was something. I just remember vaguely seeing it. I was like KDJD, whatever the heck it was. Anyways, you have a good night. You guys, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, please give this video a like and a share. Thank you to Seth Rogers. Thank you to James. Thank you to Aspen. Thank you to Charmaine. And thank you to everyone that's been following the case and that did any donations tonight and stuff like that. Always a pleasure. And with that being said, mwah, 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 kisses. And I'm going to play the outro. And again, thanks a lot, James. Take care.
All right, you too. Have a good
Thank you.
night.
You too.
Night all, chat.
Yeah, there you go. Good night, guys.